Hello.
Good morning or good afternoon, rather, actually.
Hi, good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm doing all
You're
right.
making a grimaced face. You're making like a mm.
Yeah. Just I've been making this face for a little bit now. Um, let me just be clear.
Uh-huh. All
L-
right, let's see this.
Let
This is gearing up to something.
it's actually not.
Oh yeah, okay.
Let me be clear. I have consumed zero media this week.
Oh, zero.
I have consumed zero media. I have played nothing. I have watched nothing. I have done nothing. I have not looked at a screen outside of my phone and the one in front of me. There is nothing. Okay?
Is anything else going on?
Yeah, I'm still
Eh,
I'm building shit. Um
Okay, yeah, okay.
I'm no, this is not my way of saying holy shit, she's here.
Yeah, no, but that's just the question every week now.
I guess so, but
Hey, buddy,
yeah.
what's
Oh,
going
I
on?
mean, you'll hear it, you know. But no. I just have not. I'm not. None of that is happening. None of the like internet game, like nothing. Um, I've been.
This rules so hard because
Yeah.
I was like sitting here going like, man, I didn't do anything this week. Hopefully we'll got something to talk
I
about.
have, I have, I have looked at zero screens, and I mean, look, we'll wing it, we'll figure it out. I've been driving.
Yeah.
I've been getting that down. Been trying to
Mhm.
figure that part out and getting more comfortable with it. Um, you know, feeling all right about that. Um,
Mhm.
there is a definite just time to learn on hard mode that comes from living in this city.
Oh yeah.
And you know how a lot of people grow up in, like, let's say a suburb or a quiet neighborhood, sleepy, you can like go out and learn how to do this in a
Go
parking
down to the
lot.
Zeller's parking lot on a Tuesday. Ain't
Go down
nobody down there.
That's it. Go down to the parking lot and then do some roads, and then you're all fine and stuff. And it's just like, yeah, here, I mean, you can go off island essentially, but if you're on island, for the most part, you're dealing with aggro fucking shitbags and wild people swerving. You're basically doing twisted metal until
You're dealing
you know.
with famous traffic.
Mhm. Mhm. So I've been exiting the Montreal island and going into some of the outside areas to try and ease my way through it, but yeah, I think I'm just, there's these little things that I've always disliked, I guess, about. I mean, so for the most part, we've said many a time, but like when you live in a city where you can get around by public transport or big C bikes and walking everywhere because stuff is very interconnected. It's very common for a lot of people that to not really drive because it becomes an expensive liability in many cases. But getting it at this point in time, a little bit later, um there's these things where I'm like, oh, I've there's a part of this that's completely separate from the logistical reasons that I've disliked for a long time. And there's cool stuff about cars, and but I just didn't have, I think, um no one really went like, yo, cars though, when I was younger, and got me into that as a particular thing. I always thought motorcycles were cool. And my mom was also somebody who was like, no one is allowed anywhere near my steering wheel under any
Mhm.
circumstances. She was just that type of person. So there was never even any like, hey, let me show you something type of vibe to it. Um,
Yeah, no, they my like in my family, every single time my sister got into a car, there'd be like some massive kerfuffle because my sister was like 4.5 feet tall
mhm.
and would just jam every single fucking thing to the absolute maximum for tiny people. And then my dad would get in and get stuck like between
Yeah.
the chair and the wheel.
No, the annoyance, I'm sure the annoyance of just having to recalibrate everything stopped a lot of people from getting a shot at it. But my mom was just extra paranoid about anyone driving, or so. There was like one person, like my older stepbrother who, or half brother who, was like a preacher, was like the only person that was responsible enough that she would trust, type of thing, you know. But
Well, because that
anyway,
was Jesus
of
driving.
course, like take the wheel, you know. No, but really, what this kind of meant though is for me, at the very least, I've always disliked how little you can feel of your surroundings because of the size of the vehicle you're in. It's an obvious thing when you've been doing it for a long time and you just know instinctually where things start and stop. But I genuinely do not enjoy that sort of invisible space you're supposed to kind of understand about what you're in. And depending on the type of car you're into, like that becomes extra difficult. Um, I know that it's a matter of time and just getting used to it, but this is why I've always liked bicycles and motors, even motorcycles as well, because I can tell where I am in space. Of course, the
Mhm.
safety factor is not rolling into this, but in terms of just like looking around and you know where you are outside in the environment, um, and you know, and I would even say like a convertible probably kind of like makes you feel a little bit more outside for the situation, but being inside a large thing where like you're gauging just how far from the curb you are in a blind spot to as you make a wide right is always just like, yeah, I don't like that part of this, you know.
Mhm.
um I mean, I know that newer cars certainly have like the little screens that you can fully see the scans and the multi surrounding cameras around them and stuff, but essentially yes, I have a giant hurt box and hitbox and it's
But
invisible.
mostly hurt
It's
box.
mostly a hurt box and it's very
Unless there's a cyclist.
yeah, and there always is. It's a hurt and hitbox, and I'm trying to feel exactly the range as I go around the corner here and make sure that I'm like, okay, well, before you turn, there's a bike path, but there's also the parked cars, and then you're getting into that one. So like you got to extend out a little bit and and I've been actually doing like pretty fine, and everything's like weirdly um like I'm like there is a part of this where like the sounds and feeling of being in a passenger for years plus as much as I get shit for it, video game driving as well. Like
Mhm.
there is actually a little bit of that to it where you're like, no, round this corner a certain way and accelerate here or like do that and pull up at the stop signs in this way, check and do all these things. um there's an overall thing to this where I'm like, yeah, I would have like probably always hated this aspect of it, even if I learned many, many years ago, you know?
Mhm.
What do you think about driving?
Honestly, I haven't made as much progress as I'd like because I'm kind of a pussy. And I kinda terrified to get behind the wheel.
Gotcha.
I gotta be honest.
Gotcha. We're not that far from each other then.
I have a mental thought process that the instant I get behind the wheel and I don't check my mirror, everyone in my family dies.
Yep. So there's that. There's the feeling of like with the car seat right there, you know, and that's the extra level of like fucking hey, you're right. You get this is a real responsibility. But I suppose to there's an element to this where in my situation, for example, like I'm gonna be the one that's getting her to the
Mhm.
hospital, right?
Yeah.
So there's not much to there, like there's a direct mission that needs to be
Mhm.
accomplished on a specific timeline for a specific range of time, and I can kind of look at it and go, all right, well, in general, getting comfortable and being able to be someone that can get the kid to soccer practice and all that, like there is a timeline for that overall general vibe, but in the immediate future there is a direct one mission that
Mhm.
needs to occur on a specific path that I need to learn. So I'm like kind of locked in on just that. And I'm like, I can do that. I can get the one thing. I'll start there. But yes, it is absolutely a real thing to be like, yeah, the consequences of your decisions are right there. And
Mhm.
you gotta fucking find a way to parse that. Not fun.
What if there was a way, if there was something I could eat or drink that would just make all of my anxiety just go away before I started to learn to drive. Wait, what if?
Ooh, just got to
What?
take the
Yeah.
edge off. This is
Yeah.
this is real.
Isn't
This
that
is
safer, really?
this is anxiety inducing. Let's just cool it down a little bit, you know? Get a couple road sodas.
No.
Oh man. Yeah. Yeah. Um but no, I guess that's sort of, that's going to continue. And man, I can't believe the fact that they have that video footage of people complaining about drinking and driving and seatbelts being mandatory. That
So I
video
can't
is so
speak.
wild.
I can't speak to the drinking and driving, but my dad was absolutely one of those guys who was like fucking pissed off about seatbelt laws. He fucking hated it. He absolutely would get like low key pissed off every time he went anywhere with me, my brother, my sister, or my mom. And he would get in and he'd start the car and he'd get a block and someone would go, "Hey, yeah, you should put your seatbelt on."
Ah,
And he like
ah,
like literally every single time, up until like I was like 22,
mm-hmm.
he got into the habit of it.
Man, so there's a moment that occurs that, if you're fortunate enough to avoid getting into like a horrible accident, um and it's the same thing that kind of like, as I was talking
Oh,
about.
and he's been in tons of horrible accidents.
Well, fuck. um but the part that, like, it's the same thing that kind of like made me think about more, or twice, about the motorcycling thing, which is, I love bikes, I think they're rad as shit, but it doesn't matter what your decisions are. It doesn't have to be
Mhm.
you. It just has to be the idiot next to you, right?
Or the wind.
Sure. But the whole thing being like, I'm fine on the basis of how much you control of the equation, is like, your control over the equation is so much smaller in that pie
It's minuscule.
of what causes the accident. It's so, your influence is so minor, all things considered, and well, again, I'm the quote is something to the effect of like, there are tons of dead pedestrians that have had the right of way, right?
Oh yeah.
And that same kind of attitude, where it's just like, you can just be doing everything right and still someone else's absolute, like, madness and so a complete inability to make
This
decisions
is really
properly.
helping a lot. This is doing a lot
Okay,
of good for me right now.
Okay.
Specifically,
Okay.
that specific thought process of doing everything right and then you're dead. That's, oh man, is that exactly what I
Okay.
needed to hear?
Oh,
That was so good. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. There's like, swimming's totally safe, except when you go to swim, there are 1 million sharks in the water. That's crazy.
my pleasure, bro. I mean, just here spitting facts. Listen. All right, it's
Did you know for a fact that if you don't see how your food is prepared, you don't know what's in it? Did you know?
just take comfort in the fact that you have no control over the situation, and the
Yeah.
best you can do is guide it somewhat
Yeah.
towards the outcomes you prefer, but overall, you're on someone else's path.
Mhm.
I mean, that's just what it is, and every time you get in a plane, it's infinitely less likely compared to car accidents. All right, look,
Yeah, I never understood the fear of flying personally.
it's
Like, at all.
it's just because of the height and the feeling of it. It's just the complete lack of control, and the, like, when you do hear about it,
So-
it like,
This is a discussion I had with my dad because
Yeah.
my dad was a professional truck driver for a long time, right? That's why he hates the seatbelt,
mhm.
because he would do deliveries in Montreal. So if you put your seatbelt on, that's lost time,
Mm.
right? Um, But like my dad's been in a bunch of accidents, and one of them he definitely caused on purpose.
Ugh.
He wanted to fucking finish his shift early, and so him and his buddy were like, we're gonna fucking plow the delivery truck into a snowbank, but there was a fucking fire hydrant in there, and they totaled it. Um, Fucking moron, right?
Man, okay.
Won't get on a plane
Yeah,
because
yeah.
they're dangerous.
No.
Won't do it.
Okay, so
Won't do it.
So we should and probably ought to have been thinking of planes as the same way you think of getting on a train or a metro. Like it's
Yeah.
it's just like this is a set thing you have no control over. It's going and it's probably like statistically overwhelmingly going to be fine, except for fucking Boeing. Except for recently. Yeah, but
my dad doesn't like he doesn't like trains either because he's not driving.
You're not driving.
And when I point
Yeah,
out,
yeah.
Dad, you've been in like a bunch of accidents, he's like, yeah, but I could do something about it. And I'm
Yeah.
like, but you didn't.
No, it's numbers don't matter. You know what I mean? It's also looking out of a 50th story balcony, versus being on like a third or fourth story balcony, where it's like they're both certain death, but like
Unless
but like one is just extra. Your brain is just feeding all the fear into it. And it's that like you're in a tube and it's fucking propelled and it's going, and you see every once in a while one of those news stories where you're like, did an EMP go off because that thing just went straight down? And
like that guy in Italy.
or that other one in Philly.
Oh yeah, okay. There's some dude in a propeller plane that just like dive bombed a fucking freeway just straight down.
Christ. So you know what I have? Okay, so similar to hey, fucking a Montgolfier, a hot air balloon.
Oh yeah.
Right. Would you ever get in one of those?
I've been in one of those.
Really? You got in one? Holy shit!
Yeah,
Did it go up?
I was like 10 years old.
Oh my god! And was it tethered or like free?
I don't remember.
Because
Some kind of
wow
field trip thing. I think it was tethered and it just like went straight up.
Because I have not consumed any hot air balloon media except for just the disasters that occur that I feel like I've seen. Like the last couple memories I have are just like, oh no, it went horribly
wrong. It
wrong.
Moves. What are you worried about?
The ones where the fire goes up and it plummets down, and it's always at some place that had terrible safety regulations, and the disaster is just nightmarish. Or the ones where somebody's hanging out the basket because it's too burning hot inside, and they're chancing them the drop. I
gotta tell you, if there's a single balloon based scenario that I am personally threatened by the most, it is without a doubt 1 million times more over any other balloon based like situation, bouncy castles.
Oh yeah, that is new though.
Bouncy castles just kill your kids.
I did not like. There was that one horrible disaster, I want to say like maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
It was in Australia.
Yep. And then there
got
was
hit by a tiny cyclone and just went straight up.
Yep. And then there was like 2 more, right? And then ever since that third, like that first one was like nightmarish, but I'm like, okay, no, now all I think about when I see a bouncy castle is just fucking typhooning into the air, death drop.
So to those of you who are going, what? So here's the thing. A bouncy castle is really light because it's basically just a big balloon, but it's also extremely large and wide. So it's basically just a square kite, which is why if you get a bouncy castle, they're like, you must stake this to the dirt super hard. But sometimes some guy forgets a stake, or there's just too much wind, and it goes.
Yep.
And it just goes.
Yep, there's just too much wind. That's been a thing. I've had
like the disaster in Australia was properly staked down to the ground, and it just got hit with a bad gust of wind.
Exactly. I have properly had rooftop kind of umbrella, like patio umbrella things set up where it's like, no, there's tons of counterweight on this thing, but it's just a windy day. It's like, it doesn't matter, there's a point where the weather will just take it over, even if you've done the I don't know if the engineering principles of like 200% strength apply to a bouncy castle necessarily. I imagine not. But recently I was at an event where there was one, um, but it was indoors.
Yeah.
And I was still looking at it sideways.
Oh, come on.
I was still like, I don't fucking know, man. These things,
That's
these
ridiculous.
things cannot be trusted. It's horrifying. And of course, yes, there's the part of it where the people who are on them are very small people. They're children, in
Yeah.
fact, and they're not able to get off that thing in time. Nah, that's over with to me in my brain. Bouncy castles are super over.
I've never been in one, and I'm old now, so I'm never going to be in one now, but I'm definitely not going to let the boy in one.
Like, there's a thought where you'd be like, oh, but like, what if you just jumped off in time, you know? And then you see like the castle that has like the netting on the side and the big roof, and it's a labyrinth inside, you know?
I gotta say, dude, every single person in the history of the world that said it's fine because I'll be able to jump off in time was wrong. No. See, when I see the problems start to happen, I'll have enough time to react.
Right before you hit the ground, just jump off, and then you'll be like landing off a normal jump, and then everything else behind you will take the impact.
I don't know how accurate this was, but I remember seeing like a breakdown of like if you jump right before your elevator hits, all you're likely to do is just shove your feet up through your ass.
That,
like, because you're turning like a flat fall into like a pointed fall.
Sure. Or smash your head against the roof higher, you know?
Yeah.
Trying to time that shit. Yeah. If only physics worked that way. You know, you could always just sit in seat 11A. Right? That was the one seat that survived that plane crash recently.
Yeah, but it can't always be the same seat, right?
Well, no, but then
that would be highly suspicious.
But that's the one we're all thinking about now. And prior to that recent one, I was always thinking about that one from JoJo Part 6. Because there's that one, they bring up the plane underground, and there's one seat that's the seat that Jolene's got to get to. And I've been thinking about that seat. But then, hey, if you're listening to this on a flight right now, I really apologize. This sucks. This is bad listening.
No, you're fine. Just don't look at the thing on the wing.
You ever are you a window open for comfort?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%.
Because I think it's
cool to look out.
It is, and it actually helps you feel better and grounds you when turns are happening and stuff. I feel like that's a better thing. But there are some people who are not, and like that's big fights. You know?
Yeah, Paige is a window closed.
Yeah,
kind of person.
I don't want to know. I just want to feel the sensations. I'm like, nah, man, nah. If I can see the horizon shift wildly while a turn is happening, I'm like, I feel totally fine with that. But when you can't see it,
I don't mind it either way. Like, I actually find like takeoff and landing like really relaxing. Like, just like, well, because like pilots probably know what they're doing, right? That seems like an important job.
Yeah.
So like
they're doing less and less.
Like I'll be like, so if I'm really nervous about, like, you know, if I had to go to the hospital, right? But once I'm in the room and a doctor has like looked me in my eyes, oh yeah, no, they got this. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. Right?
Yeah.
But everything before that's under my control. I'm like, well, what if I trip and die in the waiting room? That would be really embarrassing.
You've also,
it could happen.
Sounds like you've never had a really bad takeoff or had one of those. Like when I was a kid, and I remember like flying to and from Grenada alone, or with my brother at least. We were kids doing it. Like massive ear popping pressure cabin shit, you know, that just made the whole process suck. You know, that
Yeah, no, that's not fun. I mean, that's unpleasant, but I don't find it like scary. Also, in my mind, if a plane crashes, it's just going to touch the ground and just explode, and I'll die instantly.
But those are
but
it's only happening during takeoff and landing. Like, it's almost never happening mid-flight, right? That's the other bit. Yeah. Whatever. All right. Anyways, transportation and how much control we have over it. My preferred amount, 0, but here we go.
That's also my preferred amount, but hey.
My fucking feet.
Life finds a way.
Life, it does find a way.
Oh,
But yeah, no, that's like I said, that's pretty much been it. I've just been doing that stuff. Looking into some of these devices because there's all kinds of, you know,
mm.
machines and tech and things that have lights and bells, whistles, make noises. Fucking like,
Are you at the part of looking at baby stuff and you're like, wow, this one looks really good. Let me check the reviews. Recalled.
oh yeah, yeah,
Huh.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Or getting the paper
Huh.
note
Oh,
about that.
cool.
Mm-hmm,
Oh,
mm-hmm,
sick.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Good. Good. Great.
Or even just the stuff where it's like, oh, this like puts out a sound that like simulates being in the womb, and you're like, ooh, is that what that sounds
I'm not a
like?
big fan of the womb white noise.
Yeah, that's some. Then you get some friends are swearing by it. I'm like, let's look into some.
Oh, babies love that shit. I'm not a big fan.
Yeah.
I've been out for too long.
Mm-hmm. I just the one thing I'm concerned about is just like any of these like things that are really like help or aid sleep aids and things like that. I'm just like I don't want it to become a dependency where it's like you need this optimal perfect quiet comfort solution as opposed to just fucking sleeping on the dirt floor of the forest. you know
Yeah, well,
no,
babies
just
typically did not sleep on the dirt floor of the
no,
forest. I
no,
don't think.
no. But as a person who can sleep under all conditions, I'm glad that I have that
Yeah.
ability. But no, realistically, I'm just thinking of the anecdotes of like there's two kids friends and family have had recently, and one of them has been raised and has been sleeping on their own in a big, large, empty library style room that's
Yeah.
perfectly quiet at all times,
Oh no. Oh
and
shit.
the sound of someone coughing or laughing a couple rooms
Done.
away and the baby's up
You can
versus
overdo that in the other direction, by the way. You can actually make babies that can't fall asleep unless there's a significant amount of ambient
so
noise.
that's yeah, we don't want that. That's crazy. But I do have another one. I think I've mentioned before, a cousin who just passes out in a room full of people yapping, and I'm like,
Yeah, it doesn't
that's
care.
great. That's super cool. That kid can fucking adapt, you know?
Right now, we're not at the baby stage of going to sleep. Right now, we're at the what I would call the demand stage of
What
going to sleep.
what's that?
Um, dad, mama. This is a paraphrase. You're gonna read these fucking books, and if you do not read me these fucking books in the right order,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not gonna fall asleep,
Mm-hmm.
bitch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. A friend was telling us about like they recently broke the contract, which was one book and then a bonus book sometimes, but they made a no three rule, and then they did it once, and now it has to be three every time.
Oh, that's oh, you fucked it. You fucked it.
you brought in the third, and now there's no going back. You gotta read three
Me and
books.
Paige have a system where we each grab a book. He'll be like, I want feelings, or I want Prince of the Night, or I want Pete the Cat, or fuck, what's the other one? Those are the ones that or Goodnight
Good night,
Goon.
Moon.
No, Goodnight Goon. It's the Halloween version. I know. It's about ghosts and monsters and Frankensteins and shit.
That's unfortunate.
And we got him a new one called Pig the Pug, which is about an evil pug that steals all of his all the dog toys. And he points at it and goes caboose. It's awesome.
Okay,
But yeah, no,
but
like
one
me and Paige,
apiece.
yeah. So me and Paige will go like, okay, which ones you want? And he'll like list off a bunch of them, and then Good Night Bear, that's the one. I don't know how I forgot that one. I read it damn near every single day. And like I'll read one, and then Mom will read one, or Mom will read one, and then Dad will read one, and then as the second person is finishing up, the first person will start hitting lights.
Yeah.
And then as
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
soon
yeah,
as that book
yeah,
closes, all
yeah,
lights up. Okay, it's time to go to sleep now.
yeah. No, you cannot entice a deal for a third. I can see that negotiation going very poorly forever.
Yeah.
Like
No,
the moment you finish the third book, it's like eyes glow red. The contract has been sealed.
The real terror, the terror that has only started to happen in the past couple of weeks is the word again.
Oh, as in do it again?
Which isn't just do it again.
Oh.
And that's not a danger at night. That's a danger in the middle of the day.
Oh yeah, no, because everything is new for kids. There's nothing that's old. Nothing gets tired. Everything's fresh. Like the same thing can be enjoyed infinitely for years because it's all new the whole time. Oh boy, that's a dangerous word.
Just as good right in a row. I think Paige read him Pig the Pug 5 times in a row yesterday. It took like 25 minutes.
Oh, that's a dangerous
and then
word.
Eventually, like, she looks over at me and she hits me with like, Dad wants to read it. And I'm like, I sure do.
Again, too bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he's the best kid. Oh man, we just went through like a milestone or some shit. Cause like we went from like 4-word sentences to 6-word sentences and prepositions in the course of like a couple of days. Everything's a jump. Every day, the little drunk man that lives in my house is slightly more sober.
But as concepts are being introduced, again, danger is coming into the situation. Control over his realm is being exerted. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. There's another world here that like
The best.
There's another world here that I'm kind of delving into, but like I generally prefer for the most part to, you know, get the things we need in advance and plan out for what you know what anticipate what the needs are going to be. But there's some stuff that some
I mean, best laid plans, right?
Of course, but there's some stuff where some recent friends and family and folks who've had kids of their own have been able to, like, you know, share stuff they're not using anymore and be like, here you go, here's a thing that you could use and stuff like that. It's like, oh cool, thank you so much. That's been really nice and handy.
Baby clothes are a racket, man.
There's a lot.
Holy
there's a whole thing, but
the younger they are, the bigger the racket.
So there's a lot of temporary shit that, like, you know, it makes sense that gets passed on and such. Sometimes though, you get kind of, when some of the things you inherit, you get kind of locked into that brand and its compatibilities. And at that point, then you're not necessarily going out to get a new thing that you need, but you're kind of having to look for things that already exist for what you have. And that means potentially diving into the Facebook marketplace.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know how much of that has been an experience.
Yeah, we've done it. We've done a little bit.
Okay. Not a fan.
And then every now and then you run into like I don't even feel safe picking this fucking shit up.
Yeah,
I don't feel safe looking at this crap.
Just not a fan, you know, and playing the games of communication to begin with, you know, and you feel like you're like trying to date somebody back in the day, like getting left on red. you know? Like, is the price so? Are you waiting for a negotiation? And where are we meeting? Under what circumstances? And did you include all the pieces? And then you get what you get, and then you're like, can I dip this in acid? Is acid safe for children? Is there baby safe acid to disinfect everything with?
My favorite version of this is like, okay, so how much is it? It's this. Okay, cool. When can we pick it up? Hello?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
What? We just agreed to the price and the thing.
Yep.
What? Why won't you get back? Don't you want to sell it?
Because 15 other people are sending the exact same message in the exact same. It's just Tinder, dude. It's just you going, hey. And them being like, yeah, everyone else said, hey, what else you got? You're like, in the photo, it looked like you were vacationing somewhere cool. Like, God damn it, dude. I can't. I'm out of this. Like, I can't be pulled back, you know, into this trying to say the right thing.
Social media for purchasing is just a fucking nightmare. It's the worst. Sometimes you get a great deal because you run into like a human person
Yeah,
that's like a
yeah,
normal guy or
that's
normal
nice.
lady, and
That's
they're
nice.
totally chill.
Yeah, no, that is nice. One
And then
time,
that's the trick, because that's like, oh wow, that was like a really positive experience, and we got it for a steal. Let's do that again. Mm,
okay,
no, wouldn't
so
have done it again.
so like in one particular instance, I'm gonna just be real. There was like a
Yeah,
snoo fret new in the box,
yeah.
and I was like, okay, fuck it, I want that.
Hey, we use that. We
Yep.
recommend that. That if you can, it's pricey, but you can rent it.
Yeah.
It's less pricey if you rent it. And like, holy shit, that thing's crazy.
Yeah, and I was like, no, 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 I want to get one. And looking through, trying to get it other ways, and some of the other stuff, there's some stuff that was annoying, difficult to do, hard to deal with, whatever. But essentially, it's just a sleeper bassinet for your kid. And saw one of those, and I was like,
It rocks the baby when they get mad.
great,
It's very,
awesome.
very advanced.
The hoops and hurdles to jump through for the rental or secondhand process and such were full of treacherous pitfalls, some of which included subscription services that you needed, that or like a stolen snoo. It locks when you plug it in because the service knows that this is a stolen one, and then it doesn't use the services anymore because it's crazy.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy out here in these streets. But there was one that was fresh in the box, and I was like, yeah, okay, done, run it. And didn't hear much, and then they said, hey, I'll take that, we're ready to go right away, ASAP, as soon as you can. Hello, hello,
Yeah.
hello. And then
Oh, oh.
I will if we can get this today ASAP, I will pay extra.
Yeah.
I will pay this much extra. Hey, we can pick it up today. We're here. We're home. We're right here. You can come get it anytime. Sounds
There it
great.
is.
Thank you. And I'm
The
like,
I can't. By the way, this is tangential. I cannot recommend the snoo enough if that's something within your range. And like, here's the thing: you are gonna like the weaning off the snoo when they're a little bigger, right? Yeah, moving to a bed that doesn't move and soothe them automatically. Yeah, no, there's a weaning process for that. But I and Paige, we were like, yes, we would like to go through baby is having trouble sleeping at 6, 7, 8 months instead of 0.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
that 0 month period,
Mm-hmm.
that's the most stressful part.
Mm-hmm. Anticipating. I just as you're looking into it, you're like, yeah, that all works and does its thing, and that's why this company is like, hey, you need a license for that sleep. You got a license for that nap. You got to fucking the whole thing is just, I don't want to deal with the amount of people talking online about like getting one secondhand or renting it, and then it not having its features working or requiring some extra bullshit or whatever. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck it, just fresh in the box.
I think this is part of like a larger thing that starts to happen as you have children, which is that you so Wooly, you're a nerd slash geek slash fighting game guy slash content creator. These are all the hats that you wear, right?
Humongous dork, unforgivable.
By having children, you are more or less forced to reintegrate with the parts of society that you left behind long ago, and are reminded that, oh yeah, no, there's like a million different types of people that I don't want to ever have to deal with ever in my life, but I'm gonna have to deal with them now.
Hey, to me, I knew this day was coming. I've been preparing for it. I can put on that hat. I can style shift into just old dad, new dad energy, and just put on that.
Well, that's where you cover yourself in judgment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's like, man, get a load of these kids.
Right. Well, that's the bit, right? Currently, we're
Man,
not in that.
Those parents must be dog shit. Holy fuck.
So we're not in that situation just yet, but there are
Not yet, but soon.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. There are some folks, again, other people in the same situation that we're starting to meet, and I can be like, oh yeah, there's some future tea to spill. There's some future judgment coming with some of these
hey, let me send
neighborhood moms. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I mean, I bet you I know what's coming right now because
Yeah, I'm typing something.
I told yo man. Woo! I told Punch Mom about that
Yeah, you
one,
told her that,
and
huh? Yeah,
we lost our
yeah,
shit. Yep.
yeah.
So just and
Yeah,
you.
we're gonna. That's for you.
Yeah. No. So there's all kinds of just there's some judgment to be put on some people out there, some parents out there. There's some real righteous judgment you can carry out on some motherfuckers
One of the
as you
things
look
that
around you, and if you can bond with other parents while judging that one,
it feels
that
super
would be
good.
sick.
Oh, it feels really, really good. I think I look back on like I look back on like my mom telling me something that was supposed to be like pro social and pro kindness, which is me being like 10 years old and seeing like Eric's mom just completely lose her fucking mind in a Zellers and just scream at him. You know, like when you saw that shit happen, right? And me going, that seems horrible. That lady seems really awful. And a like for me, it was my mom, but like a family member would materialize near you
Mm-hmm.
to tell you, now listen, you don't know what's going
Mm-hmm.
on with them.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what their family like. You can't judge. You don't have kids of your
Now
own.
take your pick. Do you want the Simpsons version of this where Gavin is complaining about Bone Storm? Where
Yeah.
did that parent go wrong? Or do you
Right.
want the Boondocks version where Grandpa reaches for the belt? Don't do that. Don't reach for the belt.
And then
You
I
can't.
look back, and
That's
now
child abuse. Don't
I have
do
like
that.
a fucking 2-year-old now, and I can like mentally catalog like all the really crazy ones I saw through my life. I'm like, no, that's right. I was like 8 years old and I had it locked in. No, that was a bunch of fucked up, stupid shit. That was nonsense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Man, like, there's like that Boondock scene I just mentioned. Like, you can't. There's nothing to talk about. But the energy that it represents does come from a particular thing in your childhood or my childhood where I'm like,
Oh yeah, okay. Let's be
I
specific. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I get it. I get it. I get what this scene is trying to convey. It's fucked. You can't do it. It's a horrible idea. There's infinite studies that say it's just the worst thing. But I get what they're going for. Anyway, yeah, there's no way to just be like everyone in my family. We all got our licks. We all got our licks, and we're like, yeah, no,
Mm.
that's what it is, and I can tell it now with this tone of voice. And but of course, not everyone got their licks, right? Again, I kid down the street that didn't get licks. He got the one boot, and you're like, oh, that's not the same thing, you know.
Yeah.
So nope, don't chance it. Don't do it.
No, that's very different.
And even if and but still don't you can't go in that direction in any way, shape, or form. There's a million studies that say that it's a terrible idea. But I get the that scene, you know. Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say there's a thing here as well when talking about the Facebook Marketplace bit where you're like, you know, specifically stuff of a certain age range is likely to be covered in all kinds of horror, and your own babies is the cleanest, most. It's from you and your baby. It's like whatever, who cares? It's gross,
Absolutely.
but whatever, who cares? But the remote idea of it coming from anywhere outside the premises is so nightmarish that I'm like, that's the thing, right? It's just like how much is it worth saving over the idea of just contamination? You know, what is that worth? What is the monetary value of permanent contamination, Pat?
It's significant. Right? Like if I'm gonna grab something that's like used, like so like you know we'll go down and we'll grab you know some some hand me down clothes like at a community center, right? And then when our guy grows out of his clothes, we'll drop his clothes off at the community center, right? Um but you bring them home and then they're like, we wash them. I'm like, that's cool. We're gonna wash them.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna wash the fuck out of them. But that shit's free,
Mm-hmm.
right? And like
Mm-hmm.
particularly in the really early one, like dude, this kid wore some outfits for like literally a week.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like
But how much damage
to
can be
get the brand
done?
new good stuff for the photo you said to grandma that says daddy's little best guy on it or whatever, right?
And immediately putting it on and coming out of the outfit, blowouts just going in all directions. And I'm like,
Hey,
I
sometimes, not my child, my child would never do that, but sometimes you just gotta like, it's just give up on the scenario and be like, everything within 5 feet of me just needs to be thrown away, other than the baby can stay,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
right?
mm-hmm. But this all just the thing is that all of this stems from, inheriting something someone very generous kind of hands you and locks you into the aftermarket, as opposed to just being like, I'm just gonna get it fresh and I'll just not have to think about this part of it.
Yeah, like one of the things that it's like, I'm well aware it's safe, right? And I'm well aware, as long as you check the dates and you test it and all that shit, you could totally buy a used car seat. I could never handle having my kid in a used car seat. I
mm-hmm,
would be absolutely convinced
mm-hmm,
that they actually totaled the car when
mm-hmm,
I wasn't looking,
mm-hmm.
and the car seat is like barely holding together internally.
I mean, so fortunately, you can take it to. It used to be a fire station, but there's like people that can verify and look at it and be like, yeah, this
Yeah,
is
they might be
certified.
on the take. They might be in the pocket of
Okay.
big car seat.
Okay, well,
I don't know that.
the certification person we went to go see was quite nice and did examine and see that, like, the date says you're good to go. There's an expiration on them, and
Yeah.
we were fine. But ultimately, yeah, that is a thought. I'm more so thinking about the parts where it's like this stroller or bassinet or whatever is lay flat, and part of what you're supposed to do is if you if let's say all the poop is going one direction, you're like,
Yeah.
okay, well, I know which side that's on. But rotating the baby is an important part of making sure that they sleep properly and their head doesn't have any issues and that everything's,
Yeah.
so that means at some point that where the danger zone happened becomes where the head is going to be.
Oh,
And
you just really need to just tilt their head over. You don't have to fully 180 the whole guy.
we were told to 180 the whole guy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, yeah. But in any case, also for like changing what you're looking at in certain situations and everything. So, I'm kind of
Wooly,
just,
as somebody who was very recently a brand new dad and also more incompetent now than you've ever been in your entire life, um, I hear a lot of, I think you've mentioned it 3 times. I've heard some poop planning
mm-hmm,
ideas.
mm-hmm.
You're going to want to just completely give up
No, 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 no.
on that.
Please understand. The poop I've been referring to over the last 10 minutes is exclusively the poop from the previous children that owned the thing. It has
Okay.
nothing to do with the poop that is
Okay.
forthcoming from from our own kid.
Okay.
That is safe poop. That's green poop. I have no issues with that poop whatsoever.
I'm going to tell you right now that is not safe poop.
Okay, it's not safe poop, but nonetheless, it's poop that must be dealt with. There's just no way around it.
You know what's a fun thing I didn't know about until it happened? And I'm going to tell you right now. One of the vaccines makes your baby's poop dangerous to handle. The fucking which one is it? It's around 6 months.
Oh,
It's like a
R not RSA.
it's a gastro something.
Uh,
Um
the God, I want to say MSV or RSV.
I forget which one it is, but
Okay.
like they'll give them the shot and
Okay.
they're like, by the way,
Ooh.
if this poop
Hmm.
touches you in
Hmm.
any serious way, you will get sick.
Hmm.
you'll get like very ill.
I don't like.
Rotavirus, I think that's what it was. And so
Okay.
there's like a 3 or 4 day period in which changing the baby went from hope I don't get poop on me to shit, careful, 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 careful.
Well, there's an easy way to avoid all these situations, isn't there?
That's right. Be careful.
Fuck. Yeah.
I gotta say, man, you know what? You know what? My local so we go down to the vaccine place to shoot him up with his stuff. And you know what joke I went with every single time, and no one liked it but me. No one thought it was funny but me, and I did it every time. And they would go over the vaccine schedule, and they would be like, "Are you sure you want to get these?" And I'd go like, "No autism yet." So yeah, blast him.
Yeah.
And like Paige would just like
they're not
fucking,
they're not gonna like that.
Shut up.
They're not gonna like that. Patrick. Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
They like because they can't tell if I'm for real or not.
No, you can't. And that's
they think I'm actually just rolling the dice on it.
That's the problem, because I've noticed in the talking about it from the healthcare professionals, they don't know where you're at. So they're just taking their chances to deliver things in a way that is as like, are you fucking nuts or are we cool? I don't know. So yes.
Oh fuck.
Absolutely.
And every time, like, I would think it was really funny, and then everyone would be mad at me, and then I would think it was so much funnier.
God damn it. Including and you know, much less like, one, we don't know if you're where you're at, and then there's a second part where it's like, also the way the immune system works is the more you load up in one shot, the stronger and more robust the effects are. So waiting for subsequent shots is actually worse compared to just fucking getting.
Oh, absolutely. So like our guy was like an absolute champ with all his vaccines. There was only one day that he felt like genuinely unwell, and it was like a double day. It's one of the ones where and man, this sucks, because you're like, oh, this is like really good for my little guy, and it's going to be like good for him in the long run. But there's the moment where they're like, okay, dad, hold both his arms to his sides as hard as you can so that he can't squirm while both nurses jab both arms.
Yeah, that's it. Just bane it up, 100%.
And it's like, oh man, this feels really bad in my chest, but it's good for him.
You see those videos where it's like, here's this doctor in China that's really good at being like, oh, we're playing a game, pop doop, look at my hands, there you go. Hey, whoa, up. You didn't even see the shot that happened. Wasn't that crazy? And the kid's like, oh, what happened? Like, cool. Yeah. Now try that again while you're landing Aki's level 3. My magnum opus. Like, it's just not gonna work at that level, man. Anyway,
right. Paige just reminded me relatively early, but he was walking. The lady gave him his shot, and he got down, and then he ran away from her, and then he ran to Paige. And he like grabbed her hand and then looked back at the lady and went, no.
Oh man. You just got to think about the insides getting stronger, That's it. Just go on a little Osmosis Jones adventure, or
see, I don't think about that at all. It's, for me, it's like really, 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 really easy. See, we live in British Columbia, right? And I love living in British Columbia. But British Columbia has a higher proportion of people that I have met that believe that the crystals are going to do just fine. And you're like, what? And like, oh, the crystals. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, blast this kid with everything you got, doc. Just give him everything.
It'll suck, but then it'll be great. That's just the way it is.
My kid's not going fucking deaf from the measles. Thank you, you fucking freaks.
Yeah, I mean, anyway, I don't even know if the word crunchy applies to to that range of it, because then you're just getting into like full on woo.
I love the term woo
Woo
woo. I love
woo.
it.
Woo
Woo
woo.
woo.
Yeah. I that's what I knew before Crunchy, and now I kind of distinguish them because Crunchy does evoke the idea of granola. You know, a crunchy mom is very
Oh
much
yeah,
about the healthy
absolutely.
things, but the woo woo is like the spirits coming down
Yeah.
from the smoke. You know, it's like we're going into another realm entirely. Um. Anyway, that's a whole other bit. Um. The uh uh uh. Eh. I don't know if I brought it up beforehand, but like part of the reason why that perpetuates in a lot of cases too is because from learning about like the childbirth process, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's did you know the babies come out of that thing? That's fucking crazy. It's wild. Anyway,
Yeah.
part of the
Right out the belly button.
uh part of that process has a lot to do with the oxytocin you're feeling and versus the anxiety you're feeling, and you know the process speeding up with good vibes and the process slowing down with bad vibes
That's
overall.
right.
And if you're somebody who gets good vibes from holding a crystal, then there are some circumstances where still like telling somebody to hold a crystal will actually improve
Dude, this is like
the
our magical
process.
birth journey
And it's
experience. It
like,
is so
God
mystical. We've never been more
fucking
open to the
damn it.
universe.
God fucking
Never
damn
been
it.
more open.
Because you get calmed down by the Reiki energy, it's
Yeah.
actually beneficial to bring the Reiki energy into the
Oh,
room.
absolutely.
And it's like, I hate this so much, but fine. It is what it is.
Good vibes only actually applies
Crazy.
during pregnancy.
Crazy, yeah. And I'm like, this makes me upset that the world works this way. I'm upset at reality for giving you a moment of validation here, but so be it. It actually does. You know, can't that placebo shit, man, is real.
Placebo's good. I like placebo.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when I'm being placeboed. I hate placebo when I'm not being placeboed.
When you're
See, that's
on the
the
outside
tough
group,
one, right?
when you're not in the control group.
This reminds me, basically, Paige will be, hanging out with some moms, and they'll all be talking about their like all natural mystical birth experiences. And she'll be like, "Oh, they gave me so much fentanyl.
Yeah,
Oh, it was crazy.
yeah.
I was fucking flying, and they cut that shit out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah."
Yeah,
And like
who needs
some of the
crystals? I
crunchier
just saw
ones
she
will
just
be
said,
like,
give me some fucking drugs.
and
I'll
she's
shit
like,
this
"Yeah,
baby
it
out.
was sick."
No, that's that shit. Like, hook me up to the machine from Prometheus and just let it go. Let the machines do their work. The most artificial shit ever, you know?
Getting the epidural was very obviously a really rough time for my darling wife. Having the epidural was a great time. Like, not like it made it easier. I mean, like, great time with the epidural.
I mean, that list of ingredients that gets used, you know, during labor of things that are helpful includes some shit. I was like, huh, word.
Yeah.
Straight fit.
And then you have the discussion where it's like, well, will it affect the baby? And they're like, nah,
no.
I'll blast it.
Way too late for
Go
that.
for it.
Yeah. It's coming out way too quick. Like, go. You're like, damn. It's like that. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, as opposed to just fucking whatever. I have been.
Yeah, I can see you scrolling through your Rolodex of nonsense to pick one out at random.
The most recent one I heard was TikTok lady with twins who decided to go into the river and deliver alone with no help from anyone. Yeah, that turned out exactly as you can expect it turned out, right?
Yeah, I bet.
But hey, you hope your feelings are intact and justified from the. I can't.
Okay.
I can't. I can't.
So
Like,
so
under the jail, man. Under the jail. I don't know.
So I'm gonna go slightly I'm getting explicit permission to talk about this on the podcast. But Paige and I know somebody who is way overdue. Way overdue. Like crazy overdue.
Okay.
The furthest overdue I've ever heard of anyone in my life.
Okay, so
and Paige,
about 20 minutes ago when I screamed, it was because the number appeared in
was quite high
in the chat.
And Paige looks at me and goes, where do you think that person is right now? And I go, you know what? I don't know. But I don't know anything about this situation at all. I'm just gonna throw down in a dirty river. Sure enough, here comes the Instagram post about the miracle of life and shit in like a dirty ass fucking unsupervised river. And we're oh my god.
You just I hate you so much. You just
Wooly,
man.
Wooly, now here hey, listen.
Your attempt to control reality.
Listen. No, wait, hold it. This is important. It is not you or I's place to judge how a pregnant lady handles her pregnancy. It is our jobs to relate this story to our spouses and feed off their judgment. And oh yeah, I knew it.
There is a very large threshold, and through the process of learning about everything, I've even increased it further as to the plethora of ways that it's like whoever has to deliver in the way that they feel the most comfortable, whatever works for them.
Absolutely.
Because holy shit, that's a crazy process, and there's so much going on that we on the outside can't possibly relate to or even begin to fucking comprehend. At the point when the medical team is screaming at you, but man, you don't care because you just want reality to be the thing that it's not, but you hope it is, and everyone's life is in danger. Fucking hate you forever. You're the worst. I can't stand in your presence and not freak out the entire time.
You sound like some kind of stupid bitch who got tricked into drinking fluoride and getting brain damage.
Oh, man.
You dumb idiot.
You know, if only there wasn't like...
I can't listen to this fluoridated nonsense.
If only it was just like self-inflicted and there was no like baby attached to the scenario. You know, if only if it was just a classic case of just you doing it to yourself. You know,
like one of the things is like, you know, like, well, you'll take measles, right? So if my baby's vaccinated, and I think he's got the measles shot, or that might be a little later, but regardless, I'm gonna get him everything, right? And he could still, even with the vaccine, he could still catch it, but having the vaccine like dramatically decreases the likelihood of him getting any ill effects, right? He just gets sick instead of going fucking deaf or having, you know, long-term problems, right? But like, you could still fucking catch measles because your dumb fucking bullshit wouldn't vaccinate your kid against the fucking measles. And I want to just shake this person and be like, your kid could go fucking deaf. Do you not give a shit about that?
But you see, and this is where, you know, like, no, because the decision, like, there's a moment where you kind of go like, oh, when you're faced with the wall of your decisions, the weight of your decisions, there might be a moment where you snap out for a second, right? Perhaps there's a possibility. And it's like, no, because the previously mentioned TikTok twins mom, no longer a mom, was basically, you know, already on her poetic journey about the brief, you know, meeting of life and how quickly it fleets. And, you know, it's just, and going into the spiritual whatever, as opposed to the responsibility of the thing that you have caused. And like you've already found a way to flower out the fact that you did this. You created this outcome instead of acknowledging what actually happened there. It
just wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't in God's plan or the spirits or whatever you want to say.
You blew right past the red light where you were supposed to stop and take reflection of what you just did.
Willie, I know you haven't played this game. Every time vaccines come up on my show when I'm streaming, I play this game. It's funny every time. Okay, you ready? You ready? We can play it right now because we have a live chat. Right? Okay, chat, get ready. This is going to be really good. Okay, how many of you didn't get any vaccines because your dad didn't want you to catch autism and you still got the tism anyway?
Come on.
Every time. Yeah, it is.
That's a thing.
Oh, you have shingles now, dude? Oh, that sucks.
Oh.
Oh, there's 2. There's 3.
Oh, we got people that grew up oh, man. That sucks. Yeah, okay. Yeah, no shot, literally. Oy, 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 oy. That's depressing. Okay, cool. Yep. So anyways, maybe it's the delivery. Maybe the way you say no autism yet, maybe you gotta just find a way to like, do the little like,
nudge and go,
that's it, right? You do the little elbow, and then they'll get what you're trying to put down.
Well, see, no, now I can't do it anymore because the next shot the kid's gonna get, he's gonna be like a fully talking, like, aware 4-year-old, and he's gonna be like, "What?" I'm gonna be like, nothing. Don't worry about it. Right? Like, we're already in the repeats every single thing we say stage. So like bravery and fun times are just getting a little just dialed back a little bit.
Yeah, good luck creating the fucking drawing that line in the sand where it's like, hey, like, it's chill with us, but with the outside,
No, listen, Dad only says those things at work.
Yeah, okay, all right.
It's cool. Yeah. Don't worry about that.
No problem. It's fine. Anyways. Beyond that, I suppose, hey, look at that. We actually, with 0 media consumed, we did it.
That's crazy.
Incredible.
Well, you know what, Wooly? Depending on how you think about it, pretty soon you're going to be consuming the best movie ever for the rest of your life.
Yes.
Called Being a Dad.
There you go. No, but coming in here going fully like, I don't fucking know. I was like, let's stretch this shit, and we successfully did.
It's a really long movie with no intermissions, though. That's the only issue.
There's an intermission wherever you want it to be. You can based on my timeline, based on my history, based on my past, you can take an intermission at any time, Pat.
Oh no, I don't think that's how the movie's supposed to go.
You can come back for part 2.
No, it's my first day.
Way later. Woo! Oh boy. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a snack.
Some delicious cigarettes in this lobby.
In Jamaica. That aside, the only other thing I wanted to mention is, hey, in the meantime, it's a great time on the channel to put out some best ofs. So the best.
Oh yeah, it would be, yeah.
The best of Silent Hill just dropped. Go check that out. Shout out to Civ Sarcast for putting that together. Nice little journey through, my first time playing through it. The playthrough, as well as tomorrow we'll be premiering Silent Hill 3. So the best of Silent Hill 3 is coming out there. God Fears Japanese Steel. Tune in for that as well. And
I like that Silent Hill has just enough stupid shit in it that can totally be canon.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I'm going to be seeing if we can get other best ofs done in the gap in the meantime as well, because we got most stuff done, but there's a couple that haven't. and it'd be a perfect time for y'all to catch back up on some of those. So keep your heads, eyes peeled for that. And I'm going to take this opportunity to promote as well on August 1st, which is Friday, is when the little Wolves in the Lab plushie
Oh yeah, I got my email. I got my
will
email
be
confirmation.
available. So I'll put a link, but basically over on Makeship, it's makeship.com /products /wolves in the lab. So if you want to get in there, and I think it's going to be a limited run as well. So like, get it while I'm talking about it now, while you hear about it, because these things are limited for how often they'll be available. And once we pass that threshold, I think it takes another threshold before we can do any kind of re-ups or sort. So just letting y'all know, as of Friday, that's going to be up. I'll post it everywhere. But it's a really cool one. The little arcade stick is fun.
I can't wait for Tiny Wooly to be on my show literally every single day.
There you go. And the little wireless arcade stick as well. You can fucking throw.
Yeah, that's adorable.
You can throw and it won't break. So that's,
you should give one of those to Sanford Kelly.
I mean, it would be ideal, or perhaps go back in time and give one to Gutex, Yeah.
I don't think Nah, that's good.
Okay.
He'll listen to the earlier parts of the
There's
show.
a lot of people.
Nah.
There's a lot of people that could benefit from a plushie stick. Maybe that's what Sony should be releasing instead of this new one they're just putting out. In any case, that'll pretty much be it. And yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but the French word for hot air balloon is montgolfière. Isn't that fucking goofy?
What?
Isn't that some pamplemousse type shit?
What? No.
Type the word montgolfière into Google.
Oh, okay.
And take a look at what the
That's
images
stupid.
turn into.
That's dumb.
Yeah. It's on some pamplemousse
Why
shit.
is it the Golf Mountain? That doesn't make any sense.
Omelette du fromage.
It's just a silly language.
I read it as like fiery Mongol, but or fierce.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
No,
though to be fair, it makes just as little sense as like potatoes and ground beef being called pâté chinois, being made by my French Canadian grandmother.
Well, the problem is that actually makes way too much sense for the context it was used in. That's the problem.
Oh yeah? Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was used when some folks that were working on the rails over here that were being treated not too kindly were being fed shepherd's pie.
What? That's crazy.
But they instead called it pâté chinois instead, after who they were giving it to. So not great. Anyway, how's your week?
My week was all right. I did slightly more with my week than you, but not all that much. Me and Paige finally, and I mean finally. So we so let me give you a piece of advice. This is so you're familiar with virtual audio cable? Max uses it for all of his audio stuff.
No, but I could infer from the name.
Okay, so it's a way to jam multiple inputs together, right? It's a free utility. It's extremely useful, right? On the virtual audio cable website called VB Audio Software, there's something called Voicemeeter. And I don't know what the fuck Voicemeeter is supposed to be used for, but you can use it to do one really specific thing, and that is send your PC audio to a phantom input, and then send that phantom input to as many Bluetooth devices as you want.
Oh, okay.
Which means if your PC is set up as your home media setup, and your wife and you have two Bluetooth sets of Bluetooth headphones, you can connect both sets of Bluetooth headphones to your PC and actually listen to a single input simultaneously.
Sick. Okay.
So that you don't worry about So early, we were like, if we put the TV down to like 4, there's no way it could wake him up. that don't even bother. Don't even fucking bother. Don't even fucking bother at
Okay,
all.
okay.
It's fucking waste of time.
Yeah.
You're gonna try it 2 or 3 times, and then on the third time you're gonna be like, "What am I, fucking stupid? Why would this work the third time?" When it, so no, get your Bluetooths,
So
your headphones, hook that shit in,
so I've already
put it
got
on wear mode.
I've already got the, like, me and Reggie, like, splitter thing going on, and
Yeah.
like I have the headphone, like, wire plugged in thing ability. But for a while, the Bose Quiet Comforts, the 35s had a split source audio, so you could both connect to a device and listen. But then they took it away for the 45s. I don't know why. It sucks, but they used to be able to do that. So that sounds really good.
So if you want to do that again, you can use a voice meter on the VB audio website. And as a result, this is me and Paige's way to watch a movie in deathly silence, or at least deathly TV silence. So we got the guy down real early the other night. He passed out like 9:30, and we got to sit down and finally watch fucking Nosferatu.
Oh, the new one.
Yes, the Willem Dafoe a vampire movie. Yo, that is a goddamn film. That is a fucking piece of cinema.
I heard from people that hated it and heard from people that loved it. So
the people that you can watch it, and then you can immediately put those people into 2 groups, and it's taste and no taste, and you can decide which group is in which fucking camp.
I see.
Because I can see it. That movie's incredible.
Okay.
That movie is incredible. It is shot like an old movie. It is staged. It is gorgeous. The acting in it is fantastic. Me and Paige got to the end of the movie, and we're discussing at length what scenes we thought happened in the movie and what scenes didn't actually happen in the movie.
Okay.
Because it's intentionally obtuse and confusing as to which events are actually occurring.
This would explain. Okay, so for the folks that didn't like it, they're kind of simple popcorn eating. I just want to turn the brain off type.
This is like a fucking philosophical treatise on like monstrousness and lust.
Well, that would explain why they hated it. Yeah, okay.
Like the film might as well be in fucking Swedish.
Okay.
And in black and white, but like made by like a modern American production with Willem Dafoe in it.
It has the little wreath that says it was rated #1 at Cannes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, gotcha.
It is a fucking film. Incredible acting, like absolutely incredible acting, particularly from Paige. If Paige is listening to this, she'd know the actress's name, but the main character, Ellen.
Was it?
There are a couple absolutely insanely manic fucking crash outs in this movie that she does an incredible job being mentally ill.
Lily Rose Depp.
Incredible job.
Johnny Depp's kid.
Lily Rose Depp. Yes, that would be the potential Depp Nepo baby. I'll tell you that Nepo baby or not, she fucking killed it in this movie.
Okay. This is a weird one because I also didn't see any marketing for it at all. I didn't encounter any in the wild or scroll past anything.
There was like one trailer and it was like a shadow going over a city, and then it was Nosferatu.
Yeah, I only heard about its existence from like podcasts talking about it initially before when it came out. Like I didn't catch that this was a thing,
Oh, it's fucking incredible. It is absolutely fantastic.
Okay.
Depo. Yeah, that's it.
Depo
like it's
baby.
Yeah, Depo baby is really good.
I like that.
But Lily Rose Depp does an absolutely amazing job. And
is it one of those cases, I guess, where it's like, okay, so yes, you were, but part of being raised in this opulence is also that you have access to the best acting coaches, and
I would know. All I can
as
tell
a result, you are super talented because you fucking.
All I can tell you is that it is the Nepo baby's responsibility to be fucking peak,
to crush it. Okay, yeah,
right.
All right.
So like I think of like the Nepo baby over at fucking Capcom, the director of Monster Hunter, got to be director of Monster Hunter because the CEO of Capcom is his dad.
Don't fuck it up.
But then he put out Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Rise, and I'm like, well, okay, well, fucking, I'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah. Okay.
I've also been playing this and that in my non-stream. So I've been streaming Donkey Kong.
Mhm.
That's Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's like top 3 Nintendo game.
Damn. Okay.
Like it is
I feel when you
it
hit
is like everything I ever wanted out of like Odyssey and Mario 64 and Galaxy in one. It's so fun. By the way, okay, it's a Donkey Kong game. It's a fucking Mario game. It's with punching. It's a fucking Mario game.
You were also I feel like all their recent things like with Tears of the Kingdom and stuff, like you loved that too as well. Like each of
Oh
these
yeah,
was hitting pretty
yeah.
strongly.
But
It's
so the difference with
big
that is
Nintendo
that
game.
Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I had complaints. Nothing.
Okay.
Not a single irk, not a single annoyance. Every single moment playing Donkey Kong is going, yeah, video games.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
child.
Did you? I forget if you touched Astrobot at all.
I did. I did not get it.
Because that is video games as a
Yeah,
feeling.
no, Astrobot was fun, but like it was also like a really simple platformer, and I played it for a couple hours, and I'm like, I don't get why everyone's jizzing their pants over the Astrobot.
Just simple platforming. Just that's it. It's just it's chill. Vibe.
Yeah, but you didn't get a banana, and it didn't say "oh banana" every single fucking time.
No, but I did get fucking like Solid Snake and Soul Bad Guy.
Yeah, but that's not its own
Yeah.
merits.
No, but it's just enjoying a simple platformer with some video game references in it. That's all.
Like for me, like I'd get, I got like Alucard, and I was like, yeah, cool. But then I went back to like decent platforming. I don't know. It didn't
Okay.
really. It also tried to kill my PS5, which didn't really engender myself to it.
Fair enough.
It tried to kill it. I've also been playing. Is that Horizon story in the news this week?
Boy, is it.
Okay, so I'm gonna touch on it a little briefly.
Horizon Zero originality.
Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn I beat last week completely, and I've started playing Forbidden West. Man, that's just a good ass open world game.
Okay.
And like it's just like uniformly excellent. I think I like it a good deal more than God of War Ragnarok for context.
Well then,
and it's one of those things, you play the sequel and he's like, wow, this is like a universal improvement in nearly every single way. And then I'm starting to get to some of the story stuff that I saw people complain about. I'm like, oh yeah, I see why people wouldn't like this. I'm down for it.
Okay.
But like, yeah, I know I can see why this would be a problem.
well,
it's a great map slop.
yeah. Let's push it. Let's get that one created.
Fuck this.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that like that is like a term that gets created distinctly in the fan base comments does not necessarily mean it's part of the nomenclature, but you can make it that if you push it hard enough.
Yeah.
I was curious with.
Oh yeah, it's map slop as fuck though. It's fulfilling the same urge that I did when I was playing it as Assassin's Creed's 2 Brotherhood and Revelations did.
Well, hold on now. Are we map slopping or is it map fucking with like friend slop?
So it's not it's map fucking. It's not map slopping.
Yeah.
And like, yes, am I climbing a tower to unlock points of interest on my map? Yes. That is now, even Nintendo fucking does that now. Like, it's just become a thing. But
thanks, Subi.
Climbing that tower means that I am climbing a big, cool, weird robot giraffe.
Sure.
And I have actually a really hard time climbing up on top of it.
And the reward for climbing it is fun and stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like when we first talked about Forbidden West, you were mentioning the effect of like knowing the world and the setting and the reveal and all that stuff.
Oh yeah, so I have been spoiled on both of the major plot points of the first game and the second game. Before I even ever played them. I played Horizon Zero Dawn in the first week, And before I even got out of the starting area, I was spoiled on like, what's the deal with the Horizon location?
Hmm.
And then after going through the entire thing, I was like, yeah, no, actually going through the reveal is just as good as the actual detail of the reveal.
Okay. But
Um,
this is very, very close to a like Death Stranding 2 type situation, right? Where you have a, I guess, world revelation that is already
yeah,
out there,
absolutely.
and now you're just going into a
Absolutely.
sequel on it.
This is such a good comparison. Thank you for bringing it up because I'm going into Verizon.
Hmm.
Yes, Verizon
Forza,
Forbidden West.
Forza Motor Horizon.
And I do also know the proper twist, but the twist is not what's the nature of the world. The twist is what's the nature of what's going on in the second game, right? So that core mystery isn't as there, and knowing that and playing enough of it now, I can easily see the problem with the sequel is that there's a certain percentage of people that will look at what the new story development going on in Forbidden West and going, that's stupid. like
Okay.
just like that's just not as interesting
Hmm.
as the first games. But it's told better. Very similar to Death Stranding 2. The difference is, and this is like the only game I can think of that I've encountered this in a long, long time. So I talked to you about how like by the end of Horizon's base game, I had like solved all the combat encounters.
Right.
And then I played the DLC, and the DLC like really cranked it up a notch and like made a lot of those tactics like non-viable. So I had to like integrate myself with the way the combat works. Horizon Forbidden West, as soon as you get out of the tutorial, assumes you beat the first game last week. Like the fucking like difficulty complexity curve just starts where the last game ended. It does not like redo its own curve. It just goes, so
Okay.
you beat Horizon Zero Dawn, right?
Hmm.
Let's go.
I think.
Um, which is the opposite of what happens in Death Stranding 2, where I feel like Death Stranding
Uh,
2 never got as hard as the first hours of Death Stranding
the
1.
challenge is nullified the entire time. Okay. Okay.
Also, I said it again last week. Forbidden West does an incredibly bad job catching you up. Like you get like a 90-second, 2-minute like here's what happened last time on Horizon that just like fucking flies over every single detail.
Now's the best
And
time to get into
then
the Horizon franchise.
and then before you go out onto your mission, they go, "Hey, let's have a walk and talk in like a hub area of like all these characters you met from the first game." And like when I played that original, I bought the game on PS5 a million years ago, and I played that sequence before beating the first game. I was like, I don't know what a single fucking what who the fuck are these people? What are they
Hmm.
talking about? And then you go to the notebook and the fucking the little bio, and like it'll be like this guy was part of the Shadow Karja, but like nowhere in the thing does it tell you what the fucking Shadow Karja is. So you're just like, I don't know what the fuck that is. So like, yeah, no, that franchise like just assumes that you're keeping up to date. Just apps like the
Okay.
attempt to get in on the second game is ridiculous.
I feel like there's a way to approach sequels when like when the world is so established and unique and pushing forward in time is extremely difficult to do. There's a sequel thing you can do where you'll be like, okay, the sequel is actually just taking place during the main game, but with a different person over here as a side story that's
Right.
its own separate thing. And in a lot of cases, if that's emotionally resonant, that can do the job. I kind of like
Mhm.
I think I prefer some of those, especially when it's like too much to take the responsibility of pushing forward that first, game's whatever it did for its world and then
Mhm.
going somewhere else significant with it. You can tell someone else's story and be compelling about it. There's a there's a really good way that I would say for example, Earthbound, right? As a
Yeah.
there's Earthbound, and then there's like Mother 3, and like those are games where it's like sequels, some other shit going on with some other people, compelling in its own place, and you don't have to um, push the world of the first one drastically forward to find what's good about this other thing over here, you know?
So that can totally work, except the call to adventure in Horizon Zero Dawn, like literally the first thing that ever happens in that game is that the main character Aloy is literally like a virgin birth at like messianic figure that the mountain gives birth to her,
Okay.
and that is like the start of the game's. Like, I
Okay.
cannot think of many games that like the nature of the main character is so integral to the plot.
Yeah, okay. You're stuck here. Camera cannot travel more than a couple feet away from her. Got it.
Like every single part of the Horizon setting, it revolves around this character.
Well, now then perhaps it's time to complete the trilogy by
Dude,
beginning Light of Motiram.
It's so like, oh man.
The Horizon
So like,
trilogy
you know,
ends.
they had a fucking, they had a goddamn Horizon game that was going to be a live service, and that was one of the ones that got canceled
Oh, was it?
during Sony's bullshit. So like that third Horizon game. Okay, this is going to sound strange. Have you ever played a game that doesn't have a number on it, but within the first 15 minutes of starting the game, you're like, oh, they're going to make another game after
You
this.
can feel what they're going for. Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
oh, this is part 2 of a fucking trilogy. Oh, okay.
Oh my God, Tencent. Like, holy shit. I mean, even it's not even just like the ripoff of the gameplay, the promotional art itself. Like, it's it wants to trick
We'll get
you.
there. We'll get there.
Okay.
We'll get there.
Okay.
But yeah, no, Horizon Forbidden West, very good game. Apparently it sold okay, but we'll talk about that in a second. And then last but not least, I am doing the opposite. I love how doing this forever, we accidentally do the opposite thing sometimes simultaneously without talking to each other at all.
Mm-hmm.
I am doing the opposite of your best of compilations.
Mm-hmm.
So I was talking recently. Did you watch Tim Rogers's Final Fantasy VII Remake review?
No.
Okay, so in the FF7 Remake review, he describes, I think it's called the Trinket Conundrum, in which he describes like being in the Shinra building, and like Genova's attacking, right? And it's super dramatic, and you're slow walking and all that. But all he's doing is spinning the camera and running into corners during all these dramatic moments so he can get accessories that don't matter and he doesn't care about. But what if he missed them?
Okay.
Right? What if he missed them? And I was talking to people about like someone said you don't have to 100% every game you play, even if you're never going to play it again. Like, especially if it keeps you from playing something else. I go, but what if the part that I skip is the best part of the game? You know, the usual thing that we go through.
Yes. Yeah.
And this led to a suggestion. I don't have the name, but I can go back and I'll talk about it on my show, which is, what if you just played through a bunch of games and just refused to do any side content at all?
Oh, the main line.
Yes. So on Thursday, I'm going to be playing Xenoblade Chronicles on a new idea I have called beelining, in which I'm going to try and get through the entirety of Xenoblade Chronicles without doing any side content of any kind.
Okay. Now, this is hilarious, and I think this is really funny, and this has got some legs. You have to inherently, of course, be okay with like ruining, quote unquote, the experience if it's a game you would have otherwise enjoyed.
Absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. Okay.
So I put, so, and here's the thing. This is like naturally come about because over the past like couple of months, I have had like one major complaint over and over and over, where I play FF7 Rebirth or fucking Death Stranding and go, wow, I tried to do everything and then I got super bored and then it fucking sucked at the end. And then Gene messages me on Discord going, yeah, dude, I didn't do nothing.
Oh man.
10 out of 10.
Oh man. Okay.
And I'm like, I'm just creating a video series where I pretend to be Gene Park.
I respect the hustle on this premise. I also know that it's like there's a level of, you have to have an energy that is kind of belligerent about the content. And I know, as somebody who's gonna like play a moment and then ask a question, and the answer to that question is in that side quest over there, and it's like, shut the fuck up then, just keep it going.
No, we're not doing it.
Oh man.
Now I'm not going to be the type of person who's going to be like, I won't pick up any quest, because some side quests you can grab them and they will just naturally happen.
Yeah.
As you get there. But like I've been like 100%ing almost every game I play. Like do you remember long time ago where I explained that I thought the way that art worked is that people fucking drew a picture like a Xerox machine, just line by line?
Yeah.
Because I'm an insane person. That's how I play games. I have a fucking grid, and I just go by fucking numerical grid in my brain over the map. You should see how stupid the Horizon Forbidden West map looks like in my game right now, because it's just like an advancing wall of completed shit from east to west.
Now here's like, I'm not going to pretend that the way I played like Cyberpunk was any more natural, mind you, because that was just like, let me just try to save time and maximize the shit I'd care about for impact. But what the normal quote unquote experience is supposed to be is arbitrarily giving a fuck about some things and not about others, you know?
The other thing is, one of the reasons I'm picking Xenoblade is a game that like, I actually was talking with people the other day. I'm like, I got to the top of I got to the head of the Bionis in Xenoblade way back in the day on the Wii, and it felt like I was like at the 80% mark, which is why I'm like so upset that I did so many side quests that I got bored of it. And I was then informed, like, dude, you weren't even halfway through the game. Like, I wasn't. I burned out and I wasn't even like halfway through the game. Oh, fuck that shit.
Okay, so now I need to know then, what is your selection criteria for games that you care enough about to beeline, but not so much that missing details would be an issue? Slash games where you would never have touched it anyway.
So this is going to be a case-by-case basis, because right now the criteria is Xenoblade DE is a really good example. Game that I'm like, oh, I should stream that, but it's too long to stream.
Yep. Right.
So I'll never play it.
Yeah. Okay. This is your solution to you're approaching the same problem I have from a different way. You're coming at it from a completely different angle. 100%.
It's like, okay, the only way I'm going to be able to fix this is via an antagonistic, self-destructive process.
Yes. Understood.
Like, all right.
There's no compromise here. Especially
because I look back at FF7 Rebirth as like, man, I would have probably been singing that game's fucking praises to the moon if I had just ignored every single side quest in the game. And that was like the game that like kind of broke me on it. That and doing every single quest in the game for like 16 or 17 Yakuza games.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
and then not finishing multiple of them because of doing that.
Yeah, you play one of those and you go, oh fuck, right? Or again, like, if I be like, I'm thinking of this Cyberpunk no side quest experience, and it's not miserable, but it's deeply unsatisfying, because the thing about that game that makes it worth playing is how much the world is living. And not getting to experience that living world just feels like you're watching a movie for a couple hours,
Yeah. The first game that I can remember ever this happening to was Lost Judgment, where I was doing everything in Lost Judgment. And Lost Judgment has like the most side content of any Like a Dragon game. And woe is me, the second school club, the robot club in Lost Judgment, was horribly broken on release. It was just like completely fucked up. None of the robots dropped any of the items they were supposed to drop. It was like crazy. And I did it. And it took like, I spent like as much time on the robot club as I think I spent on the rest of the fucking game combined.
Okay.
And then I dropped it because I was exhausted. right?
Yeah. No, this is especially gonna be wild for if you pick anything that's like as an aforementioned map fucker. You know,
Yeah.
um, I'm curious to see the lab results. Put them in a beaker, boil that shit up, and tell me what happens. Because an antagonistic, you know,
It's like, hey, do you want to do a
attitude.
side quest? No, I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah.
I no, don't
Yeah.
talk to me.
And that's the thing is because viewers are like, oh, you would love this bit if you did. You
No, I wouldn't.
know?
I'm not doing it. No, I'm not gonna.
Okay, so but it's not race to credits, right? It's not.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, it's still
Like
experience the natural flow, but not like
well,
actively.
let's take like the little baby example, which I tried this morning. So I have turned into my father. If the dog had to go out at 2:30 in the morning, so I took him out, and then I got back into the house and was like, oh, well, I'm just fucking cooked then. No sleep for me. I'm fucked. So I've been up since 2:30.
Okay.
And so I played a shit ton of Horizon Forbidden West this morning. And I got the map point, and it, showed off the whole map area. And then you can see where all the collectibles are. And I went, okay, so normally what I would do is I would just do every single collectible in like a fucking Xerox pass from east to west as I did this. And the main quest sends me past like 40 map activities. Like it zigzags in between them, right? But it's a really low level quest. And I'm like, okay, I have to trust that the main quest will probably make it worth my while to actually do. And so I did it. I went past all that shit and I didn't touch it. And then I got to the main quest, and what did it do? It unlocked like a settlement. It gave me a bunch of weapons, and it unlocked a map traversal item that would have been really frustrating to not have, because half of those collectible points were things that I wouldn't have been able to unlock because I wouldn't have had the main story progression item.
Okay. But I have questions. I have so many questions.
Yeah, go.
Okay. What if you're playing a game and you're beelining, but the game is like, all right, well, time for you to go waste time until
that happens. That
we're
totally
ready
happens.
to move on to the next objective.
Then I will wait. Then I will waste time and do things until the thing pops.
Okay, and
so like Xenoblade Chronicles DE is an RPG, right? If I absolutely straight line it and then run into a place where I'm like, well, I literally can't beat this boss. I've tried 15 times and I can't beat this boss. Okay, I'm gonna go get some levels.
That's it, right? Being under leveled as well, because like a lot of games are based on if you beeline, you will be under leveled.
Because I also did that to myself playing Monster Hunter Rise, where I did every single low rank quest in the entire game, of which there are many. And then when I got to high rank, I'm like, I'm bored.
Okay.
Can't do it.
But for this to work in general, it needs to be the type of thing where there's a big objective point to make it to one after the other, right? This wouldn't work with a fucking Elden Ring ass like teleport to Brazil type situation where you have to just find your content.
And someone pointed out that in Morrowind, a game I've never played, but like you get to a point in the main quest where the guy you're dealing with just goes, "You're not level 3. Fuck off.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Right. Go play." Because there's a lot of ways that's what it kind of comes down to. Is there's a lot of ways in which games will be like, no, you have to go do some stuff now. So you will be doing those. Okay.
It's like I have to believe that the actually important gear will be given to me by the game's primary focus.
Okay, what if there is like there's a side quest that is basically a DLC style chunk of main content? No. Okay.
I suppose it depends on how loud everyone is screaming at me. Right? If my own audience is like, no, stop, like break the rule on this one, then like, okay, maybe. But like the point is to just fucking go.
Okay. No, there needs to be a fucking a list of rules and regulations and
because like you know what's a really bad thing that sucks is when you're like, oh man, I'm really enjoying this, I want to clear out the map, and what you end up doing is going to every single major location in a game, just wandering into it instead of the narratively purposed set piece event that's supposed to show that location off and integrate you. So like when I played Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and I would hit the map, I would be like, okay, time to just do every single side quest and explore the entire map. And then I would be like, okay, done. And then it would go, okay, do the main story, which will have you discovering these locations.
Yeah. That yes, that's annoying because that's different styles of game design. Some game designs are like, we will take you on the adventure for you, like the rail to these different cities as part of the trip, and others are going to be like, we'll never take you there. Why would you go there? That's over there.
Yeah.
I prefer that example where you literally go for yourself. You know, I in Expedition 33, I walked into like Yellow Forest and just did almost all of it despite not having any reason to be there or do anything. You know.
Yeah.
And then it was like, hey, good for you. You did it. Whatever. Didn't amount to much, but you fought some cool shit. But to then get brought back and forced to do it later sucks. If they bring you back and go, oh, you already did the thing. All right, well, we're cool.
That's pretty rare. That's pretty rare.
The object you're looking for, you already got it, huh? Wow, look at you. You know, then cool. We can move beyond it.
So
this
dude, Horizon Zero Dawn has like, I just remembered it has like one of the worst ones of those ever, because there is the final important location in the world is like on the map, but it's like hidden away. It's like really, really, really far off the beaten path. But if you get like the collectible map that shows you where collectibles are, there's a collectible near it. So in my goal to get all the collectibles as I got through those areas, I climbed this mountain and then fought a bunch of bosses and then got like this cinematic fucking shot of like a busted up mountain that's supposed to be the location of a quest called The Mountain That Fell, and then ran forward and like started climbing it, and then I'm like, I couldn't climb it anymore. I'm like, what? Why? There's just like a ladder missing. That's weird. And I'm like, oh, I thought this was like a really cool location.
I hate that so much.
And that was at like hour 20.
Oh man,
that's the location of like the final quest in the game. So when I went back there, I just fast traveled to the bottom of the mountain, and then the story that's supposed to play as you go up the mountain started to play, and I'm like, oh, I fucked this up for myself. I absolutely tanked this shit.
But that is dog shit game design.
Super screwed this shit up.
The ladders missing type shit. I hate that so much. Punished for exploration. Yeah, this is,
and I'm like, like getting into that building is supposed to be like this big triumphant thing because you fought a ton of monsters and robots and a storm bird and shit like that. But instead, I was like, oh, it's over there. Oh yeah, I did that like in my real life like 6 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Let me just fast travel to the quest location. Okay, done.
Oh man, this has potential for like catastrophic, never before seen results, because
I foresee myself just be like because Xenoblade, you remember Xenoblade has like a relationship chart, and like there's an entire system with like S-links that is like labyrinthine, and you have to grind, and I'm just gonna not do it. I'm just gonna not do it
because this is all carried on your energy. Your energy is what it's the entire determiner of how this goes.
Somebody in my chat the other day says, I think chat wants Pat to suffer, and I think that person was right.
Like, you're driving the bus and people are on the bus and they're like, oh, look at that cool, and you're like, I don't care, we're going.
I'm never gonna pick up anyone on this bus. And this bus is passengers that got on at start only.
And people that are like, they want to enjoy their tour through the city and see all the sights and sounds, and you're like, we're not seeing any of that shit.
This is gonna result in like one of the strangest conversations ever at some point, where I'm gonna play the equivalent of Expedition 33. And somebody's going to be like, what's your favorite character? And I'll be like, Lune. And they're like, oh, really? Not CL? And I'm like, who's CL?
Yeah. I mean, again, if you're like, you're driving through fucking driving to Disney and you're not looking at anything else, you in the driver's seat needs to entertain more than the sights they're not seeing and the crying and frustration of not pulling over so that they can go to the bathroom.
Yeah. No, you guys, you don't understand. You don't get it. Also, part of that discussion led me to some really absolutely fucking unhinged how long to beat entries.
Oh, yeah.
because I put out on social media, hey, what game has like the shortest main path and like the
The
longest
longest main plus
most
extra completion.
Uh,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 9
Oh,
is fucking
was it a 30 main? Yeah.
46 on main and 784 on
I
completionist.
looked at Dragon Quest back in the day as a potential LP. Yeah, I remember that one.
And
Mm-hmm.
Baten Kaios is at like fucking 46 versus like 120 because the game forces you to wait 3 weeks in game to get certain things.
Your audience will continue to feel the ramifications of you not LPing 13 Sentinels forever.
Oh yeah. Oh, 13 Sentinels doesn't really have any optional
No, but I
shit in it.
just mean
It's
like,
all mandatory.
but just the idea of like enjoying that off camera for yourself while you could have been filming it.
Yeah,
And
but here's the thing. That was a different time in my life.
Yeah.
Like I used to have tons of time to do things off camera for Pat. Now, hey, do I really want to play Xenoblade Chronicles DE? Well, I better gimmick up a fucking reason to put it on the show
incredible.
because
Okay.
it's too big.
I await with bated breath the results of this, you know, and any other attempts to circumvent the LP bloat time. You know, I'm so curious.
Like I'm looking at Horizon Forbidden West, and it's like let's look at my fucking game time on it. Let's look at my fucking hours on Steam. Horizon Forbidden West Complete Edition has 16.2 hours. How long to beat says that the main quest is fucking what 22 hours long. I'd be almost done with the game if I was just going for it. I have done 2 main quests so far. 2.
Yeah. God, the Xeno series. Anyway, we'll have to see. I've outside of the big cool robot stuff, I'm very hot.
That's not even in most of those.
I
games.
know, and I'm very hot cold on the Xeno things. You know, I'm.
Hey, guess what, dude? Xeno is also hot cold on quality.
Okay. A lot of people talk about them, and they don't talk about Saga these days as much as they talk about those other ones. And
now, Wooly, I know now that you've said Xeno Saga, their greatest warrior is going to just manifest. There he is. I seen him. I knew it. I fucking knew it. It was simultaneous. I saw you.
Right there. Yep. No, I just yeah, I haven't felt the pull towards the Monado, you know?
Yeah.
So
I just think it's really fun that they're so British. They're so British. I'm so glad that game now that those games are coming out in English everywhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's good that they sound like that. It's really funny that they all sound like that.
Oh, I just flashed back to years ago when you were talking about like Xenogears and stuff, and then I want to say Josh just like went on the Xenosaga rant about everything wrong with Cosmos and all of that, and
there's a lot,
and basically the just putting off the idea of even beginning or jumping into any part of that franchise at that time, at the very least, even though they're not related or whatever, but just
the Xenosaga. It's not good. I'm just gonna say it's not good. They're not good. But like you can really see how not good they are when they decided to completely change the full art style of their 3 RPG series, like one game in. Just completely change it.
I did some cool,
fucking weird.
I did some cool Cosmos combos in Namco X Capcom, you know?
I bet you did.
She was strong.
Fucking, she's so boring, dude. Some robot lady. She's got nothing going on.
Literally
just
God
dull.
Or something?
I don't care.
Okay. Anyway.
Like Xenogears had a lot of like Evangelion style religious nonsense going on, but it was like backed by like a really strong character story. and then you get to Xenosaga, and it's like, oh, there's a lot of fucking stupid Gnostic shit all over this fucking thing. I don't know.
I would probably jump straight to the one with the robot just to see it transform, though. I feel like that would be the most
That would
enjoyable
be
for me.
X.
Chronicles X.
That one is totally separate from all the other Xenoblades, so that's the one that you would jump to.
Although the whole thing with the setting of the other one being like two frozen gods as a like big fighting thing is also, that's a cool setting idea, you know. But anyway.
So I think one of the funniest things about the Xenoblade saga is that 1 and 2 are like really similar but have nothing to do with one another. Right? One is like, oh, the Monado, and then the second one is like my girlfriend's the sword and all that shit.
Oh yeah.
And then
yeah, the
and then
waifu
the third
swords.
one, and then the third one like seems like a fully standalone story. And I remember after it came out, it was like, yeah, this is a fully standalone story. Don't worry about it. But then the epilogue DLC for Xenoblade 3 came out, and the fucking photo on the store page is all 3 main characters' swords plunged into the fucking field. And then all of a sudden it was like, okay, no, you probably should play all of them. Actually, you should. It seems important.
that beautiful Windows desktop, yeah, with all the lore going on. All right. You ever go through Last Story?
No.
Okay. Because
I think the only time I've ever played it was actually at your house.
At my house. Okay. Because yeah, I picked it up and just didn't.
I was just like, yeah, that's fine.
Got a ways in, but it was that other Nintendo British RPG at the time, and it was okay.
Right. They were all just really, 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 really highly British.
Very much so. Okay.
But that's what's going on with me. If you want to go do that shit, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. Beelining is on Thursday and Sunday.
There are some games that'll probably yeah. There's some candidates.
There's like games that you look and you're like, I wasted my fucking time doing anything on the side with that shit.
No, there's some shit where this could pay off real well. Yeah.
And there's some stuff that is just like, oh, the game is like completely falling apart because they really did expect me to do shit on the side without any pushing.
I would beeline a Grand Theft Auto game. I would.
Oh, they're really short if you do that.
Yeah, I would super beeline a Grand Theft Auto, a Rockstar game in general. You know?
Oh, they're super short.
Yeah, I would fucking Red Dead fucking Critical Path my way.
I can't even imagine how short Red Dead 1 is if you just go from point to point to point and just never deviate.
Oh, I would be so down to just hit the crit and never ever swerve off.
But then like if you do that too often, you become that guy, and like everyone's favorite part is you're like, I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Yeah, did you even play it? You know, like it says I did. Why is this playlist 4 videos? Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Let's take a quick break.
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
BRB. right. Quick word from our sponsors.
I love you, sponsor.
This week, the podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Hey, you selling stuff? You getting online and trying to ship something to someone in a location?
Sometimes.
It's hard and confusing and takes a whole bunch of um, plugging into your socials and tracking things, and it's there's a whole lot that I don't understand, and that's where Shopify comes in handy, because it's a commerce platform that millions of businesses around the world are using to just get your stuff sold online. You can get a design studio set up so you can go through tons of ready-to-use templates if you're trying to build an online store that matches your style. You can, again, get your shop plugged into your socials, and you can track all the information about where people are buying, what they're buying, how to ship it to different locations internationally. And you can even create campaigns for, on your social media as well, for reaching out to people who are, potential customers, people that like what they see, that want to buy your stuff. Shopify can help you advertise to them as well. And they've got an award-winning support customer service as well that is ready for you. They've got a whole setup for world-class expertise in everything from managing your inventory to international shipping and processing returns and beyond. So if people have exchanges to make and so on, Shopify helps you with that as well. It's everything you're going to need if you're going to build an online shop. So be sure to check them out. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. Turn your big business idea into cash with Shopify on your side. You can sign up for a $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/superbeast. Go to shopify.com/superbeast. One more time, shopify.com/superbeast. Thank you, Shopify.
Thanks, Shopify.
This week, excuse me, got a little lost over there. Whoa, hey, whoa. Oh no.
Whoa.
I'm getting
Crazy.
Yeah, this train's flying off the rails right now.
Oh my God, I can't believe it.
Get back on the rails, please. Hold on. There we are. Okay. This week, the podcast is sponsored by Factor, and that is your way to get healthy variety and get meals in your belly.
I need them in my belly. That's where I want them to go.
To stay alive. Food is hard, and I don't like thinking about it. That's not true. I lied. I love thinking about it too much.
Growing up to being an adult and realizing you have to feed yourself every day is crazy.
Figuring out how to eat in a way that is healthy for you and tastes good and can save you some time while you're doing a billion other things like I am currently attempting to is sucks. It's shitty. I hate it. I don't like that part. So I definitely appreciate the ability to grab a Factor meal, not have to worry too much about, whether it's going to be healthy for me and whether it's going to taste good, because it definitely is. If you want to get straight delivered to your door a wide selection of meal options, can check out Factor. They got tons of options for you to pick from. If you like seafood, they got premium choices like salmon and shrimp at no extra cost from your widely weekly meal options. I'm somebody who I need some protein in everything I eat. I enjoy a good. It doesn't really feel like a meal unless I have a good. And people have
not a big grass and oats kind of guy.
Not a big grass and oats kind of guy, and I have my biases, but I appreciate the fact that if you have those options available for you as well. So Factor is there for helping you live a little bit of a healthier life if you're trying to eat a little bit better. Dietitian approved, and in particular, you can currently eat smart at factormeals.com/castle50off and use code castle50off to get 50% off plus free shipping in on your first box. That's code castle50off at factormeals.com for 50% off plus free shipping. That's delicious, ready-to-eat meals delivered with Factor. They've come in the clutch literally right after finishing this podcast, walking downstairs and getting a healthy meal in there with very little prep time and just, not getting back to the stuff that matters, like building a crib. So, yeah, get in there with Factor. Thank you, Factor.
Thanks, Factor.
All right, this week the podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN, and
my favorite VPN service.
I'll tell you what, I have used ExpressVPN many times this week as I have been browsing about not just videos, but there are sites, there are news sites, there are places, there are rags and all kinds of journalism that occurs on sites that say, hey, Canada, you're not allowed to read this. And I go, the fuck I'm not. And I click the button and just on and off, just like that, ExpressVPN.
Oh, here there's a lot of people who sound like this getting on that ExpressVPN, governor.
They sure do.
For some reason or another.
Everybody sounds like that. And, the grimier the rag, the more likely you are to encounter one of these blocks putting up in your place, In particular, the tech I like is to hit the ExpressVPN button, turn it on, and then hit show reader mode. And then, all that garbage just turns into text and images, and you're just bam, formatted for all the guck goes away. Reader mode is clutch and goes perfectly when you are teleporting around the world. It doesn't hurt as well that in addition to allowing me to not be region locked, it also encrypts 100% of your network traffic and keeps your data safe from hijackers or just weirdo kids on public
General
Wi-Fi.
Ne'er-do-wells.
Yeah, you can't trust him. You can't trust that kid. Give him what for and stop him in his tracks with ExpressVPN. Also, works on your phone, your tablet, your laptop, you name it, all your devices. Just tap one button and you're protected. It's that easy. So protect your online privacy today. Visit expressvpn.com/superbeast. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. And you can get an extra 4 months free. expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
And this week, the podcast is sponsored by Ridge Wallet. I have discussed before how a thick wallet can not only be a lame feeling in your side pocket, but if you are one of those people that puts it in your back pocket, you can be doing spinal damage to yourself because a fat wallet tilted on one side of your butt cheek when you sit down actually can do harm long term.
Give you that scoliosis.
Don't do it. Don't put it there. Now, the feeling of it sticking out the side, of course, is pretty, can be pretty awkward, but don't stuff too many things in your wallet in general, right? You want to get down to what matters, to the slim, kind of aerodynamic vibe of a wallet that carries the stuff you need. And that's where Ridge Wallet comes in handy.
I'm using like an 11-year-old wallet and it's disintegrating. And every time I pull it out, I'm like, what am I doing?
Yeah. Oh no, I had a crusty leather brick at one point in time. And I remember the time when I started using duct tape to salvage.
Oh, what are you doing, man?
It was crazy. It was nuts. I was like, I'm going to keep it going and just seal up the bottom here. And it was rough. It was rough. We can get past this. We don't need to do that. You can get a unique, slim design that can hold up to 12 cards, can hold some cash, and you've got a lot of add-ons as well. So if you want to get yours with a little money clip or a little cash clip or a little card thing on the side as well, it is particularly cool. The color I went with on mine, I got the Kintsugi. So if the lighting is, there you go. It's that the style.
Oh, are
of,
you showing us your wallet?
I am, right. It's the one where it's got the gold on it. That's like the, when something breaks and then you rebuild it and you fill the the
Yeah.
imperfections with gold to highlight how you've grown and how it's stronger now that it's been rebuilt from the
But also it
ashes.
looks nicer.
Yeah, it's like an
Like
R&B.
stronger or not, it just looks fancy.
It's philosophically the equivalent of an R&B song,
Yeah.
but it's also a pretty cool looking gold texture that you can get that I thought was dope. So that was the Ridge Wallet texture that I got as well. And yeah, it's a sleek. You can get your cards in there. Over 100,000 5-star reviews. And it has RFID blocking technology as well. So if you've got digital pickpockets and people trying to tap and scan your shit and steal your information, you can very much protect that. And I've got an RFID like thing going right there, so that's ideal because I have those cards that I'm carrying around. Not to mention, you can get attachments for like an AirTag as well if you want to always not panic when you lose it if something happens.
Yeah, you get one of these, and the only thing your old wallet will be good for is as a decoy wallet.
There you go. There you go. So no matter what you pick, Ridge has a free shipping and 99-day risk-free trial and a lifetime warranty on all of their products. So yeah, just get a better wallet. Throw out the crap, slim it down, keep it nice and easy, and keep yourself feeling agile and sleek. Slipping and sliding all over, I believe, was once used to describe the feeling.
That was a long time ago.
For a limited time, listeners can get 10% off Ridge by using the code SUPERBEAST at checkout. Just head to ridge.com and use code SUPERBEAST and you're all set. After you purchase, they'll ask you where you heard about them. So support our show. Tell them that we sent you. Yeah. Indeed. That's ridge.com and use the code SUPERBEAST for 10% off. Thank you, Ridge.
Thanks, Ridge.
Okay.
Hey, now that we're out of the sponsored thing, I have a question about Ridge wallets.
Mm-hmm.
Is a Ridge wallet the type of wallet you could put a condom in?
I mean, you can absolutely fold one, put one in there. You can put a little less pressure. Yeah, I would use the back right here, the little optional clip.
I was hoping you were going to say no, so I could go, yeah, that's right.
Nah, you can. I think there's a way you can.
It absolutely tanked my joke. Damn it.
Sorry. Yeah.
That was a 50-50 shot. That was a 50-50.
Well, no, the real question is like, would you want to? Because then you don't get the ability to drop it, and they'll go, "Oh no, my Magnum dong condom just fell on the ground. Excuse me while I pick that up." You see, you don't want to secure the condom in your wallet. Actually, you want it loose.
No, it's like one of the worst places you could possibly store it. Degrades the latex.
Yes, of course. This is true, but also you don't get to accidentally drop it out of your pocket.
Yeah, that's true.
You know. So hit him with that Frank Reynolds all day. All right.
That sounds disgusting. I know what you mean, but just the name Frank Reynolds just sounds vile. Ugh.
So this week on China Don't Care.
China doesn't give a shit.
Boy.
Doesn't give a fuck.
Dude, does China not?
So we're talking about Light of Motaram, which is the most obvious ripoff of the Horizon Zero Dawn conceivable. I remember this got announced like a long time ago, and I think we even talked about
last
it
year
then as just be like, look at this fucking shit. Oh my god!
But the whole like
8 months ago,
the whole Horizon at Home bit like was so bad with this game, especially when you look at its concept art and everything going on.
And then it has the Destiny ghosts hanging out next to the characters too. I don't know if you caught that.
I wouldn't recognize them.
Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna grab some screenshots for you as you continue the story. So you go ahead.
Yeah, but it was so bad that Sony said, "Fuck this shit. We're suing Tencent." They filed a lawsuit, and yeah, like It was that bad. Reports
So the craziest part is that Tencent approached them a while ago and
to
said, "Hey,
collaborate.
can we make a Horizon game for you guys?"
Yeah.
And Sony said, "Nah," which now makes them look a million times double guiltier. By the way, here's the screenshots I'm sending you of how much of an insane ripoff that
Oh
is
shit.
of the
Okay.
Destiny ghost
Okay. The thing that follows you around. Yeah.
and resurrects you and says the wizard came from the moon.
You also got a little simple one of those in 1,000 Times Resist, but yeah, this is bad. No, they wanted to make a Horizon game officially. Sony said no, and they went, "Oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
okay, all right, all right. Well, we'll see about that." I mean, fuck. And here's the thing.
It's one of the most blatant ones I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's what's crazy, right? It's one of the most blatant, but it's at a time where Tencent and NetEase and all these like companies have been like putting out a bunch of just quadruple A, high octane uh, action games and things like that, and making a noted name, and like Chinese games are getting much more like prominent, and you're seeing trailers for tons of these of them. But I just kind of am like, the era of the full-on blatant Chinese ripoff game it's been a minute since we've seen that.
So
but it's still around.
So similar, like all the design elements, the colors of the plastics and the synthetics, and the way that the carbon fiber muscles, like it's all like explicitly Horizon. It makes me think that they approached them to talk to them after they had already started working on it.
And it was too late by then. Yeah, I could see it. Because it's also like this is not just a random dev. This is fucking Tencent,
Yeah.
like a humongous publisher that's just going like, what if we just did it though?
What if we just fucking did it?
Kind of nuts. So yeah, we'll see where this goes. But like, yeah, with so many other things coming out original that are doing well and getting on the board there, the absolute shamelessness here. And they're like unless you show me some sort of like Pal Whirl ass like parody trailer where there's something else going on here.
No, it's being played like straight.
Fuck, man.
There's a
Mortiram.
There's a hidden little news story inside this news story, which was of dramatic shock to me, which I think is actually more interesting than the ripoff, is that this is the first time Sony has ever admitted in their filing how many copies the Horizon series has sold.
Oh.
Did you catch that?
I didn't know that was a detail they hid.
Yeah, they never put numbers out. So, Wooly, don't look it up.
Okay.
I want to try something. So, Horizon has been plagued with being overshadowed by way bigger games on both of its releases, and it also on its re-releases, right? Like Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring, but also there were other games that were huge that came out alongside their remastered versions, right? And the joke about like industry plant, right? Like it said Sony keeps pushing it, but it's
yeah.
How many copies do you think those games have sold?
Franchise?
Yeah, franchise.
Okay, so
that's 4 versions.
Yeah, okay.
And
so
a VR title.
When something hits like 1 million sold or shipped, they always put out a celebration thing. And not that I'm looking for it, so I didn't see it, but I feel like I would have had it in the brain or so. But then again, as a mainline thing, as a big AAA like console push official thing, it's kind of like expected in some cases. But even Insomniac celebrates that when like Spider-Man does it, or Ghost of Tsushima will celebrate it. All right, so like I could see it being like both titles, like maybe.
So it's Horizon 1, Horizon 2, and then the remasters of both, and then the PC ports of both.
PC ports is all together.
Yeah, and the Lego game and a VR game that sold nothing. So don't worry about that.
All right, let's say plus or minus 500,000 on 4. Call it 4 million.
38 million.
Oh, well,
The Horizon series has sold 38 million games.
well, wow.
The Horizon series that no one talks about and has zero cultural impact has sold 40 million fucking games.
Wow. Okay. Well, sure. I severely underestimated that. Yeah. I think
Fucking weird.
well,
Like, and I'm playing them. They're quite good. They're excellent. But they have like zero cultural impact on video gamers at all. Like nothing.
so I think I can't like the ability. It's difficult to assess whenever there's like bundles. Whenever there's a game that is a like front of shelf product, there's a level of that's like it's people are going to just grab it because it's quintessentially thought about with the console, you know. People who are not looking at game releases are like, oh well, here's that box that stands next to it with God of War and Spider-Man and Ghost of and so on. Like it's one of those things. It's just not the one that people are particularly talking about that much or caring about because of all the comparison of what it gets released next to. Also, fucking, I would say that from the way you talk about it, at the very least, I mean, it's good, but like,
Oh, they're excellent.
but like, I feel like, I imagine one of those Spider-Man games or one of those God of War games is gonna like people like those more. It feels like it's a bigger deal when it hits.
I think it's about intensity of belovedness, right? Like a lot of people
IP.
really enjoyed Horizon, but a good amount of people are fucking crazy for God of War. Like
there's also not much in terms of like, I guess, meme currency online.
there is literally one meme for Horizon, and it is the same thing you see every single time you ever talk about Horizon. And I'm gonna look in there and I'm gonna see someone yell out "fuck Ted Faro."
Oh, that one. Okay.
And
no,
there it is.
No, what stuck in my mind was the shitty era of the like, look at her and her freckles, she's not a beautiful
That
woman
was so
thing.
awful.
And
That was so
that
awful.
picture of her face, that's the one that lives rent free. That I'm like, that's what I remember being shared around years ago. Yeah. Anyway, interesting number there.
So it makes sense that Tencent was like, hey, can we make one? We're already making one.
We already made it. Okay, so while I have been consuming no media and completely
no media, not even a one.
As out of the loop as I have been, I took a look and I get like, so are we just going back to fucking moral panic shit? We're going back to the era of
no, this is a different thing altogether.
Okay, because it sounds like we're going back to that lawyer, I forgot his name.
Jack Thompson.
Jack Thompson and Mass Effect blue titties and pearl clutching. Giant Australian pearl clutching appears to be
this is something completely different.
The market.
So the typical reaction of like of moral panic is generally from like the older generation, right? Going, I don't know, I don't understand this new fucking media. This new media is degenerate, whatever. This is not that. You're talking about the collective shout shitheads out, I think, on Australia, or hassled Visa and MasterCard to pulling shit off Steam. No, this is like a dedicated freak bitch loser group that is trying to enact political change by being annoying shitheads.
And
this is very different from old people going, I don't get it.
Right. And I guess they're powered up by being shitheads. And
did you play Yakuza 7?
Yeah, a little bit.
You remember Bleach Japan?
Yeah.
It's those guys.
Yeah. It's them.
Literally that.
Yes. Okay. Oh god, that piece of shit. Those fucking t-shirts.
Yeah, no, that is a real guy, and he lives in Australia and the US and Canada and wherever, right? And these guys are screaming about how your creepy gooner games are ruining society.
Yeah, so from what I understand here, the collective shout group has decided to pressure and petition Visa and MasterCard over what initially appears to be the going after incest, rape, whatever games, Gooner Game, etc. And then, of course, with that pressure, it never stops there, does it?
Yeah, well,
It
I
straight
mean,
up.
it's a group of people who probably doesn't like Sex with Hitler 2 because they believe that Sex with Hitler 2 is not respectful enough of the source
Of the source
material,
material. Didn't get.
right? Rather than any, issues with its content.
Yeah. So anyway, and from that initial push, then it extends to itch.io and Steam and everywhere they can harass and so on. To the itch.io de-indexed all not safe for work content. Period. And they basically put out a message going, "Hey, we can't fuck around when MasterCard and Visa threaten to delist us or not work with us. It's too much of an
Yeah, they'd be
impact."
cooked.
Exactly.
They'd be done.
So what we have to do is delist everything right away and then sort out how to deal with that later. And that type of shitty pressuring from the smaller groups that know how to be absolute asses about it is yeah, that's a huge shitty trend to have to
Now,
start following, because of course anybody can do that for any reason.
yeah.
And
So,
if they start listening, then who the fuck knows what else gets sidelined.
now, to be clear, Visa and MasterCard, as payment processors in the United States, have a long, long history of being extraordinarily quick to withhold financial services from any content they find to be distasteful to their own thing, which is fucking nonsense. Payment processors are a public utility despite being private companies. It's a pile of fucking shit.
It's an easy
Like,
target people have shot at before.
it's just nonsense. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, we want the purity of MasterCard. Like, fuck you. You don't know what I buy with MasterCard. I buy 100 pieces of candy and eat them all in one day, and that's more wholesome than looking at porn.
Yeah.
Shut up.
It's the digital Westboro Baptist Church approach.
Yeah. So like, the far right shitheads, they'll yell about it, and that's is obviously having an effect. But Visa and MasterCard, they're ready to just hit that button to do this shit regardless. As a result, there has been a very, very well organized campaign that I've been seeing, which is basically, hey, just call Visa and MasterCard and ask to talk to somebody and escalate it, and be like, you're not happy about this, and describe that that's why you're calling.
Because it's always a fucking group of, it's always the most insignificant amount of people deciding to literally steer the ship for everybody. And one would have to imagine that like millions of upset people letting their voices be known would drown out whatever bullshit Collective Shout is putting out there.
Yeah, so people have been doing that, and apparently Visa and MasterCard has gone from taking people's feedback to begging them to email them instead, to responding on the phone like, are you guys calling about the video game thing again?
Sick. I didn't catch that.
And that's been in a couple of days.
Nice.
So
yeah. No, because the more annoying it gets for them, the more they are likely to not listen to shitheads like this in the future, hopefully.
Yeah. Basically, the idea is that you want to create a monetary cost in annoyance that is higher than the monetary cost in annoyance for the other side.
the absolute insufferable Cold War.
Yeah.
So from what I've seen as well, this group has this is not their first rodeo. There have been efforts in the past. There have been previous causes that they have been behind as well. For example, unsuccessful efforts to ban Snoop Dogg and Eminem from Australia.
Yeah, good luck with that.
An attempt to prevent Tyler the Creator from touring Australia.
It's so incessantly like, oh, you guys just hate all art and good taste and fun times and sex and et cetera.
A campaign to pressure Target and Kmart to stop selling GTA 5 in Australia.
Yeah, like, come on.
And this is where we get that. That's where like the Jack Thompson era comes back into. A
Yeah.
petition to ban No Mercy from sale, which ultimately led to the developers pulling it from Steam, and an unsuccessful petition to ban Detroit Become Human from sale in Australia as well. The last of which apparently was because of the everything with the fucking fake child abuse plot line
Right.
and so on. So yeah, just that's nice to hear.
Oh, there needs to be a clarification made. So one of the things that has been going around is that mouthwashing was delisted from
But
itch.io
that's not true,
uh,
right?
as a result of this. No,
Mm-hmm.
that's not true.
Mm-hmm.
Mouthwashing had been delisted off of search there for a long time because the itch.io page for mouthwashing is literally just a Steam link.
Mm-hmm. That's not
It's unrelated.
so because I was coming to this story like so far into it. It was same thing for what was the other game? There was another game that people thought was delisted for this, but it wasn't because of that. Consume Me. Um, Apparently the creator thought that it was part of the delisted games, but it was not for that. The itch.io founder confirmed that it was for a different reason. So there are games that are being delisted. Those ones in particular were not over that case, but overall the itch.io version of this is, yeah, they're a smaller company and they've got it's much harder for them to deal with this and figure it out on the back end. So it sounds like their approach is like, we'll not have Visa and MasterCard mad at us and figure it out later,
So this is also like a fairly clear attempt to dismiss and delist games that have like queer people in them
Oh
of
yeah,
any stripe.
oh for sure. Well, that's it. Because you start with the
obviously
easy target, right? You go
the gays by their very nature are pornographic.
yeah, no, for sure. You start with the easy target and go, well, who would want to defend the rape incest game, right? That's where you start, and then immediately seconds later, you go after literally anything with sex in it, anything not safe for work, anything queer positive, literally all of it.
Well,
right? But you have to open up the door with the rape incest game.
It's always the thing. It's like, who would defend sex with Hitler? Right. And then as soon as you get rid of sex with Hitler, you go, you know who loves sex with Hitler? Those people.
Everyone in collective shout on their Steam accounts. Yeah. So it's just, I'm like, hey, cool. It's the updated version of this story that we've lived through a million times already.
A bunch of loser ass buzzkills just trying to buzzkill everybody else's shit.
Sick.
Just straight up just haters.
Can't wait for the next round of it. But it is always coming down to the payment processor, right? That's kind of that's what it always ends up being.
You can't argue it on like an ethical or ideological ground with the store because they don't give a fuck. Fuck you. You don't have any purchasing power, right?
There's
like one of the things that happened is, do you remember there was that massive like accuracy in game translation fucking nonsense around like a bunch of Sega games like Infinite Wealth? And then like some translators came out afterwards go, we don't even talk about you guys in our meetings, right? Like you guys represent like 0.0001% of all sales. Like nobody gives a shit. The Like a Dragon games are more successful than ever. Shut the fuck up.
Always a fan of when a group like this they can't tell you the real reasons, but the real reasons are, they're over here. But we gotta create some reasons that can be discussed publicly. But the real reasons that I want to control what you consume, we don't. No, you'd make fun of me if I told you those. So we won't bring those up.
I think I should just start making fun of you right now. Well, see, here's the thing. This is like the saddest version of this. There are so many people who are hiding their real reasons behind plausible reasons that whenever I hear the plausible reason, I just assume that that's fake.
Yeah, well, that's it. That's exactly it, But it's why the argument or debate or whatever it is, the conversation never makes any sense, because the person is lying about why they are pushing what they believe in. They're really holding on to something that they can't share with you. That's the real thing. It's just too embarrassing to bring it up, or to force you into it, right? So, yep, cool, good stuff. Love that.
Just think taking a girl swimming on a first date is just really smart. Yeah? Tell me more. Why? What? 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 Why?
I saw a quote that was celebrating victory over um, porn sick brain rotted pedo gamer fetishists. So it's like,
Oh yeah,
wow,
yeah.
string them together. Every accusation a confession.
That's a that's a that's a you got a full skate on that
Oh
combo.
yeah. Duh. All right. Well, anyway, speaking of a return to fucking prudeness,
Yeah.
hey Brits,
Hey Brett. Hey Brits, how you guys doing?
might I suggest you obtain a copy of Death Stranding?
Yeah, maybe.
What's going on over there, y'all?
You got
Well,
a license for that internet?
well, hold on. Isn't it Brits and like Texas? What isn't like
I don't know about the Texas part.
well, there. I believe Texas has to like fucking. I believe you have to dox yourself to jerk off in Texas or something like that.
I thought you had to shoot a gun at your dick in order. And that's not like a law. That's just how it
that's
is.
that's just how we get
That's
it
just how
done.
it be.
South of the
Yeah.
Mason-Dixon, baby. Oh man, yeah, love it when a fucking congressman gets on a telescope and fucking stares at my junk and tries to figure out what's going on, what you got going on in there. Listen, apparently, yeah, in the UK, there's aggressive age verification getting implemented all across the board, and
It's to protect the children, Wooly.
um, well, Discord has implemented it as well. But the robust age checks that are coming in to stop people from accessing online content can be sidestepped with fucking just selfie mode Sam in Death Stranding.
It can also be sidestepped with like a drawing.
Cool.
Like it can be sidestepped with a huge variety of things.
Well, the thing in particular I saw that was like in the Death Stranding sidestep solution was like it asks you to open your mouth or so or close your mouth at one point to do like a verification, and you can do that with selfie mode. So yeah, it verifies that you are an adult.
You could probably just use like a picture of the dead ass Queen of England with her mouth closed and open, and it would be like, oh, glory to the royal family. Here's your pornography.
Well, I don't think that would pass the human check. I don't know.
Oh man, that's so good. That's so good, Wooly. You were so ready for that. Oh, I'm jealous.
So, stiff upper lip and all that. Carry on, soldier on. Up and at 'em. Yeah. It seems like Xbox is also looking to implement this too, so.
Yeah, well, Xbox is willing to implement all sorts of nonsense.
Oh, Yoko Taro had some things he had some opinions. Okay.
Oh yeah? I'm fucking shocked, dude.
The guy who wanted the 2B's ass.zip sent to him is upset. All right.
Degenerate pornographer has this to say. I don't think this is a good idea.
Noted, famous, and has made his house and paid his mortgage on said degeneracy, mind you. All right. So that aside, there were a couple of announcements. They finally showed off the 2-player mode trailer in Night Rain. So duo campaigns, duo expeditions is a thing. Like, it's a bit odd because it's essentially just like a rebalancing for the existing content, but it's coming alongside some other stuff. But it's like here's a whole new trailer to show you like you can do 2.
Should have been in the game at launch.
Should have been there, but cool.
This is one of those patches that you can't even give it a thumbs up. You just shrug and go, okay, cool. Now the game's released.
Well, it's the part where like 1 and 3 were more functional, but like 2 was just not as
Oh,
strange.
dude, you
But
know that game was originally just 3 people until
yeah,
someone said, "Well, what about offline players?"
I appreciate at the very least that perhaps there could have been a simple scale number, which is like this many players equals damage goes up by this much, and health goes up by this much. But they're balancing it a little bit more than that, so that's cool. There was a game called Generic Fighter, maybe, that someone made.
Coming to your channel as soon as that baby is born.
I mean, there will be some delays between now and then, but in the meantime, I think it's a fun little MS Paint with effort style going on with this little fighting game over here. Looks like some fun stuff. Combo happen.
This looks all right.
Yeah, it reminds me a bit of Tough Love Arena, in its approach, and you know what? I always am down for like confidence behind an art style. If you're going with that, wild old.
No, that's not true. That's a lie. There's one time I can think that you were not behind confidence in an art style.
For the most part, but Nidhogg is always Nidhogg. All right,
I'm so glad you knew exactly what I meant.
we can put Nidhogg aside. There is, for the most
we can
part,
put it on a pedestal. Is what we can do.
Cause for any game that has like, it's like kind of goofy with it, but you're like, nah, but you believe in it, you're going for it. The old cartooning of PC cartooning of Pizza Tower and shit like that. I'm like, yeah, go for it. If you can convince me, that you believe in it, then I'll believe in it, right? I remember when I first saw like Real Monsters. And I was like,
oh
what?
Man, that's hideous.
And I was like, what the fuck is happening with this art? Or,
the guy holding his eyeballs, that's my favorite.
Yeah, or like weird. Santo Bugito, and these old cartoons with really weird art styles. But I grew to appreciate them. Like, I was like, no. They're doing a thing.
This is a wild tangent, but I have a suggestion for the only game I would ever put alongside Nidhogg as guy who spent the longest on a game's art that I'm like, you made a huge mistake, which is an Xbox Live arcade game that released like 10 years ago called Dust: An Elysian Tale.
Oh, I remember.
Do you remember that thing?
Yeah, I do.
Just the slickest, most well-animated shit you've ever seen behind just the single most unappealing generic furry art style ever.
It was
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
It was fine. It was unapologetically furry, but it was fine.
No, it was unapologetically generic furry.
You need fur plus.
I don't know what that means.
You know what it means.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah, you do. The good kinds. The good ones.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or how do you feel about those ones where it's like it's not even a furry, it's just a literal mouse with a sword and shield?
See, that's hilarious. I'm thinking about what's that fucking game? Is it Small Saga? Have you seen that? It's got like a mouse that like their buster sword is like a pocket knife.
No, again, coming off that Redwall type shit, that Martin the Warrior and so on. That's exactly where I was going. Yeah. All right. We had a little bit of that. Speaking of art styles, I just saw this and I was like, when the fuck? How the fuck? Why the fuck? Apparently Production IG were going to make a Spice Girls anime years ago.
They should have done that.
And it never came to fruition. But
that's really disappointing that they didn't do that.
But there's some concept.
They should have done that.
But there's some concept art from what they wanted to do.
Oh hell yeah! Send me that.
Look at this shit.
Oh man,
Look
put that in the chat.
look at production IG Spice
Oh man, that's
Girls.
awesome. Oh, they should have done that.
It's so cool. It's so cool. Sporty's doing her kick, and Baby's
This
jumping
sucks,
from the
dude.
T-Rex, and
This sucks.
somewhere in there, like, Scary is probably like leading the group. Yeah. Fuck. This could have been great. Yeah, I'm sad at this alternate
That really
reality.
could have been great.
That could have been something, you know. I wish the only thing I didn't get is what year, because I would love to know if this was like, was this at,
Well, I mean,
at the tail end, you know?
it's got to be within a very specific era,
That's
right?
But is it peak Spice World, or is it like, you know, when Victoria Beckham is making a standout name for herself on her own with the soccer guy, you know? Is it what's the range we're talking, you know?
It's crazy that you called that dude the soccer guy. It's that is the most out of touch thing you have ever said on this podcast.
The one without the rape, the other one.
That is insane. That
No, not that one, the other one.
Beckham.
Yeah, that's the one. World famous for
Oh, not
for leaning out of the bathroom and saying, "Tell the truth."
Oh, I love that.
Tell the truth.
What car did your dad drive?
Oh, such a good one. No. There we go. Be honest. That thing's incredible. Anyway, you know, rip to an alternate reality where somewhere
That would have been so good. Spice World would have like taken over if that was the case.
late 90s, right? If that was 1998, it would have taken over. We would still be in Spice World.
Absolutely.
If anime went Spice World in
Chappell
1998,
Roan would be the newest person in the Spice Girl super group.
it would become like the
It would have just become
AKB48.
AKB48.
Yeah, it would be a rotating cast that would still be going, right? And somewhere in second place would be like S Club 7 on their fourth generation. I mean, shit. That would be that's a real canon event that was dodged there. Anyway.
Stop eating that, bud.
I mean, shit, if Spice World itself was just anime to begin with. Anyway. Okay, only other thing.
Somebody in the chat just said Spice Girls Bizarre Adventure. That already happened.
Yeah, Stone Ocean. What are we talking about?
That's
literally just Stone Ocean.
Yeah. But it's also Vento Oreo. it's right there. Like it already happened.
I mean, they're serving, you know? They are indeed.
Bully, I mean that Spice Girl The Stand is in part 5.
I
don't mean Passione is the Spice
Oh
Girls.
no, I thought that Passione was slutting it up, and you were like, "Look at them Spice Girls go," and I'm like, "Yeah, work, you know, do what you got to do." Passione is serving cunt, bro. I'm telling you.
I'm talking about Trish, dog.
All right. Let's just yeah, I don't think that's gonna work as a title.
All right. No, don't do that.
Probably not.
Just put up Victoria Beckham and the soccer guy. Just because British people haven't gone through enough this week.
for maximum rage points, you know, and they can't get the and they can't. They're already all pent up and they can't do anything about it.
Just spitting out your beans and toast in a rage.
Anyway, I was just gonna say that the official Sony arcade stick is called the Flex Strike, and they put out a trailer which showed off its features, all of which were like pretty much what you'd expect, you know, wireless stick, etc. There was one feature which was really sick actually, which was at the bottom of the stick you can change the gate without having to open it up. Like there's a straight through hole.
Weird.
There's a hole going straight through that lets you change the gate right on the outside, but that motherfucker is going to get dusty if you're not careful. So the design is really cool for quick switching, but it better have some dust protection on it because I can see that being a massive liability with a actual hole going straight through the tech. Cool idea though.
Markman worked on it, so I'm sure it'll be fine.
I would like to. Yeah, they also
arcade sticks are so insane. Like every discussion of arcade stick, you just go Markman. Markman. Yes, good stick, Markman.
Well, I'll have to feel the buttons to see how they feel. You know, if they're not Sanwa's, I'm always got an eyebrow raised. I'm always skeptical, but I trust. I will see. Then they note latency reduction as well. They note that, like, you know, hey, this can go wired if you need to as well. So that's what everyone wants to hear, at least competitively. But the most interesting feature showed off in that trailer was new footage of Tokon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. In fact,
I didn't know that.
There's a couple of like fake generic voxels doing Tatsumakis, but then they show you some brand new footage of Tokon in the trailer. You see a super, you see a launcher, you see a couple moves, a couple hits here and there. And it was, yeah, a little bit of new Tokon footage snuck in there.
That's crazy. And Sony's pushing the fuck out of that game.
It looks cool. I'm curious to see, you know, now that we're looking at that whole life bar thing and we're seeing the you know, the soul transfer and the it's got, like, you know, air combos, it's got these things, but I'm curious what they're gonna do for the like modern sort of equivalent / the, you know, appeal to casual gamers, right? To casual fighting game players or beginners. I'm curious to see how much of an approach they're going to take leaning towards that, because this is the kind of game that, of course, you want to put every fucking, like Marvel Rivals, you want to grab as many beloved characters as possible and give everyone that's excited for these characters a reason to just jump on and have fun with it right away. And, you know, we've already talked to death about how it doesn't matter how easy it is to play, losing feels bad.
It's true, losing does feel bad.
So, you know, I'm wondering what they're doing, because they're playing it real close to the chest on like systems and like overall extended play, you know. But then again, it was announced like 2 seconds ago, so we'll see.
When's Evo this year?
Literally this weekend.
Oh, seriously?
First, second, and third.
Oh, this upcoming podcast will probably have news in it.
It most likely will. I am waiting on some confirmation about whether or not I'm going to do something. But if there is something to announce, it might be very last minute. I might do something in regards to Evo.
Can't wait for them to announce not Teemo for 2XKO. Like, no, they're not going to announce a character. They're going to announce
not that one. Okay, gotcha. What about Heimerdinger?
Bro, if the Teemo ain't getting in, the Heimerdinger's fucking no.
Right. Let's take some emails. Oh yeah, that new.
Hey, you wanna?
I was gonna say that new Avatar 7 Havens thing. There's a new Avatar coming out, and they showed off the characters and some promo art, and I'm like, oh cool, new Avatar, post Korra.
Which Avatar?
Yeah, Avatar.
No, which no.
Yeah,
like Like Kung Fu Magic Avatar or like
No,
Blue
because
People Avatar?
no, because you see, they made post Korra Avatar announcement, and then
Okay.
when I went to go grab it, 2 hours later, James Cameron was like, "No, mine though," and announced in the same couple of days span. I think it was like a day or two later. So like, you just can't fucking. It gets the Avatar.
Okay, well, I'll just focus on the one that's like elementally based.
Wow, that'll
Which one is that?
Yeah, that there you simplified it. No, it sucks and feels deliberate. It feels deliberate, but like
No, it can't be, because James Cameron was talking about Avatar like fucking 25 years ago.
No, I know, but the timing of when I went to go grab the story for this new post Korra season, and I couldn't get to it because Cameron released some shit yesterday about Fire and Ash.
It's really funny.
Was like, oh, you assholes. And they're just legally, they just don't care. You'd think one would go like, let me clarify the brand by pushing Airbender more or something. But they're like, nope, we're not moving. I am Avatar and you are Avatar, and legally we are where we are.
So is the new Avatar, fuck, is the new Avatar, was a TV show?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think they're going to be able to make a TV show that isn't on the verge of being canceled 4 years in a row? Because like Korra had some issues, but like the fact that they thought every season they were making was the last season they'd get to make was like literally the core of every single problem that show had.
I mean, maybe write it to be self-contained. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I mean, there's also the adult Aang movie, and I think Steve Yeun got cast as Zuko. So there's some other stuff coming out in relation to Avatar. I mean, we'll see.
Sure. And none of them are as good as the Shyamalan movie.
But that was the one that had the clarity to call itself The Last Airbender and separate itself completely from James Cameron.
Yeah, dude, so. This media franchise is like such a fucking confusing fucking mess, dude. Like multiple live action adaptations that have nothing to do with one another, alongside like cartoon releases, and oh my god, what a fucking confusing mess. All
I know is if the original creators walked away from that live action show and then said, we're going to start making our own animated things, I'm hoping those are good, because I trust that the original creators still fucking got it, you know? Anyway, let's take some letters.
Hey, if you want to send in a letter, send it to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. Oh, yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention, I literally hurt myself this past week and went down to urgent care.
What happened?
I pulled my rotator cuff.
Oh, that hurts.
It looks like in primarily my right shoulder, but it's like extending out to like most of my back.
Damn.
You want to guess how I did it?
How'd you do it?
I was washing my hair in the shower, and like I you know, okay, hold on. You know that slip you do in the shower where your foot goes, but then you catch yourself?
Mm-hmm.
Like you don't fall, you're just like, oh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tweaked my fucking shoulder.
Oh man,
it's been like this for like 4 days. I feel like shit, dude.
How are you the one showing up to this podcast injured and I'm fine?
I was like, dude. I had like a whole...
People were taking bets on...
I had a whole fucking like routine ready for you coming in with like a broken finger or a black eye. I had like a whole thing.
Damn, that's crazy. Now I'm
gonna have to like chop up some of those bits and just sprinkle them over.
Week. Yeah. There we go. And over the next, when I surely stub my toe and or hurt myself in some other completely benign way, you can get it in there. Yeah. No,
but yeah, no, dude, I was at urgent care because I was doing the Batman neck shit, and because Paige made me go, she's like, "You look like shit. Go to urgent care." And then
Ah.
I'm like I do the triage, and then the doc comes out. It's like, so I heard you fell in the shower, and I'm like, not really. I was so embarrassed.
Ah.
I was so fucking embarrassed.
I mean, I
I
do
didn't even fall down. I didn't even
no.
fall down.
But okay, the one plus is a rotator cuff injury. Like that's some big athlete shit. So you can like see a physio, and when anyone asks, you can just pretend it was like, yeah, you were doing big sports.
Bro,
You
I
know?
was washing my bald head. Like, come on. Like, holy shit, dude.
It's
No, I'm on the mend. I felt really bad the
okay.
first day, and
Okay.
now I'm like 30% better.
Okay. That's cool. Yeah, there's
Though I am enjoying the period of Paige being like I go to pick up the baby, and I go to pick up the and I pick the little guy up, and I go, oh, and Paige goes, "Are you okay?" And I get to be like, "I'm fine. I'm completely fine." She's like, "You don't look fine," and I'm like, and she's like, "You sound like shit." I'm like, "No, I'm fine. I'm completely fine."
I'm telling you, just come up with a good cover story, you know?
Well, the cover story, because Paige got to the internet first, was that like I tore my asshole,
Oh, yeah. Okay, right.
and then I was like,
You
And then
mhm.
I was like, it's actually more embarrassing than I tore my asshole. It's actually that I heard it in the shower washing my hair.
I mean, I guess it depends. There's a lot of ways one can tear their asshole. You can tear it sizing up, or you can, or you can tear it
I
going there.
tripped. I tripped. I tripped. 1 in a million
Yeah,
shot, doc. 1
yeah.
in a million.
Mm. Or you could just have a lack of fiber, and I mean, shit.
I mean, we've
That's
all been there at one point in our life.
I regretfully can say that yes, we have.
I think every single person has
Unfortunately,
had a moment in their life, and you're like, oh, I've bit off more than I can chew.
I've made a mistake. Yeah. I'll look, man. I'll say this. Those Japanese style traditional toilets, or the Chinese style traditional toilets where you're squatting.
Yeah.
Those things are nightmarish and
I'm
scary,
so
and I'm
terrified of
so
falling
afraid
into
of them. I'm
fucking.
so afraid of them.
I'm so
Deathly,
afraid, dude.
deathly afraid of them. And I saw one once. And I was like, oh God, oh Jesus, oh dear, what do we even know? But there is something to at least the squatting part of it that's healthy for you. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we sit there, um, at an unnatural angle is doing all
Oh, I
kinds of
got the stool, bro. I
it's
got the stool.
okay, because I'm saying it's doing all kinds of unnatural damage, but the embarrassment of falling in
Yeah.
is too scary that I'm like, I don't care.
I got no, dude.
I don't care.
Not only do I
I'll
got the
take that risk
stool,
10 out of 10 times.
I bought the fucking squatty potty off Amazon, the wooden one, the fancy bamboo one for classiness.
Yeah.
Not only that, but I remember the week that I bought it. The week that I bought it, you came over to my house and saw it. And we're like, look at this fucking guy, fucking stool. We can't get his legs. And I was like, please do not make fun of my toilet stool. And then the very next weekend, we were in Atlanta. And we were in a cab, and I was teasing you about some shit, and it was you, me, Matt, Liam, and George in the cab, and I was on your shit about something, and you were just like, yeah, well, this motherfucker has a tiny little stool for his toilet because he's too short to reach the bowl. And I was like, please don't make fun of my toilets.
I mean, you hand me a bullet, what do you want me to do with it?
Not shoot me! Don't shoot me with the bullet! Now, yeah, we're in the toilet stool world.
Right? There you go.
It's good to do. It helps
his
you
ass. I'll tell you. And if you're young right now and you don't know what we're talking about, you'll get there. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
This will catch up to you. It might take a couple of years, but you'll feel it. One day you'll be like, ooh, what's going on? And then You'll think back to this podcast and be like, shit, they were right.
One day, young man, young woman, you're gonna be like, another uneventful day on the toilet. I'm completely done. And then you'll stand up and you're gonna be like, I'm not done. And you'll sit back down and you'll be like, I'm completely done. And you'll stand back up and go, what is happening? What is happening?
Mhm.
I need a stool
Mm.
because of the biomechanics. I love my toilet stool. I had to use a public restroom recently, and I was like, "What has happened? Oh my god! Oh my god! I forgot the
You
toilets don't
forgot.
come with these."
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I've
And
talked.
depending on the public toilet, I swear to God, yes, my fucking legs will dangle off the side of the bowl.
I've already described life without a bidet is just not worth living. You know, at this point in time, you just you can't go back to a world of tarnished, a world of being unclean, and this also helps with that because you know, you got a little bit of an early warning system on the aforementioned problems. You know,
Let me ask you. This might be a little personal. Do you prefer a soft bidet or like the scraper?
I have settings. I have configurations.
Yeah. There's the button for like, oh, that's relaxing, and there's like, no, I want to go scorched earth on this.
Now, by default, when I walk in that room,
Yeah,
that setting is on power washing.
I agree with you.
We are power washing, right?
If I'm gonna be using a hose, I'm gonna put my thumb over the tip of the hose and really get that pressure going. Thank you.
You ever see someone just doing like their driveway and just getting just like the floor is so clean, just
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You ever get caught pressure washing videos on YouTube? And just like, wow.
Caught. I mean, I'm in there. I'm telling you. Yeah, no.
You know what my favorite thing about a pressure washing video on YouTube is? The tons of comments that are like, man, I bet my neighborhood could use a pressure washer. How much does the machine cost? It costs $1,300. I bet I could make that back and just power wash driveways on the weekend.
Yeah, no. I mean, I want my bidet trying to stop a civil rights march.
I want to figure out what will harm me and back it off a little.
Agreed.
That's how I do shower heat.
Yep.
I go, what's gonna boil my skin off my body? All right, now let's back it off a little.
CastleSuperBeastMail@gmail.com. CastleSuperBeastMail@gmail.com. Hey, look at that. Art style changes you just weren't into.
Oh my god, are you fucking serious, dude?
Dear Human Canvas Wooly and Don't Tattoo Me, I'll Come Pat. Art style changes.
That's not, no.
That's
I'll
funny.
Cry.
That's funny.
I'll cry. It's different.
You draw art, I see art, you think, I like that other art, and bam, your art's different now. Often a good thing. Charlie Brown and Bugs Bunny wouldn't look the way they do until about 5 years. Araki style is now so unique that it's redefined, that it's refined and it'd be hard to mistake. But in what little we've seen of Kingdom Hearts 4, Sora just looks like a guy.
Yeah.
A very pretty guy, but a guy, and that kind of sucks. In the same vein, if Square ever did an FF9 remake, I'm worried they'd suck the whimsy out of those designs. So, aside from Nidhogg 2, what's an art style change?
God damn it, you motherfucker. That would have been so easy.
Work for you. With the easy one off the table.
No, it's like the easiest ever. Oh, man.
I've talked about it, so it's kind of a layup here, but I've always been just turned off by EverQuest. I don't even care what's happening.
You dislike EverQuest's art style so much that it leaked into like adjacent art styles for reminding you of EverQuest.
Foolishly so, from a place of ignorance, not knowing what the true contents were.
Now, I'll tell you though, Wolves, as silly as that was at a time, EverQuest's art is really bad. EverQuest 2's art is maybe the worst commercial part in a video game I've ever seen in my life.
Oh boy.
Oh, are you not? Is it not ringing a bell?
Let me.
EverQuest 2 is like the absolute
Oh,
worst decision was made at every stage of development.
it's the game on the cover of your video card.
Yeah.
It's that. It's that game. It's the fucking like every Sound Blaster product from years ago with these characters on it. God damn.
It looked god awful the very first day it was shown.
Look at
And by comparison, it was coming out alongside World of Warcraft, which was colorful and
all
saturated.
stylish. Yeah. And you got this
the argument
Lion-O
was,
reject over here.
look how much more detailed the EverQuest characters look, and the whole world decided, no, man.
Well, now WoW is kind of like it's become genericized because of how quintessential it's been. But looking at these screenshots, I'm like, oh no, that distinct armor and glowing purple and green and pink and such shit like would have looked way more unique if this is what you're comparing it to. 100% the most generic ever. Tangential and probably a little more divisive on this because I know that the contents are appreciated by people, but I've taken issue with binary domains appearance in the past. I've taken what's the word? Is it umbrage? Or I've taken
you can say umbrage.
Yeah, I've taken umbrage with it. You know?
So I say to you, person taking umbrage in binary domains art style, that game's art style has two parts. One is literally every single screenshot you've ever seen of it.
Yeah.
And the second is how good the robots look when they completely fly apart into a million pieces when you shoot them.
Okay. Because people are saying
that part looks fucking unbelievable.
Okay. Because people are saying, no, Wooly, you just mean Big Bo. And I'm like, no, not just Big Bo. The robots, I think they look lame.
No, they look like iRobot. Will Smith.
They look like lame iRobot dumb shit. Exactly. And I'm looking at screenshots of it. It looks like shit to me.
The tough one, right? Because now we live in a new context in which so many more people have played Like a Dragon games.
Mm-hmm.
And like that game could be happening in the background of Yakuza 5.
Right. Okay.
No, it couldn't. But
sure.
But like now that everyone in the whole world has the context of what it feels like to play a Yakuza game or Like a Dragon game, man, that is just a fucking third-person shooter or Like a Dragon
version
game,
of it,
but robots,
which I have the context to appreciate now, and
instead of secret Koreans or secret Hawaiians or secret Koreans, it's secret robots. It's secret robots.
Yeah. And so, no, with that context and all that, I get it. Plus, I understand every time as it's come up that people are like, nah, I ruled. I'm like, yeah, I'm not talking about
rule. It's actually super great.
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying I think it looks like shit. Like that's what I'm saying.
It does have a robot with a scarf though.
Is it a long flowing scarf?
Yes.
Oh.
He's French, you see.
Oh. But not like Strider scarf.
No, more like Kamen Rider the first or second scarf.
Ichigo?
Kamen Rider the second scarf.
Okay. All right. I see you. Let's see. Here's one coming.
Scroll through my Steam list right now and just pull out a shit ass art style in a few minutes.
All right. In the meantime, Steve asks, "Dear Castle Super Dads, on the subject of waiting for the full release of early access games, I'm holding off on Hades 2 with patient but eager anticipation. Deltarune, is that early access? Would I be better off waiting till chapters are out or jumping in now? Does the game acknowledge or play into its piecemeal release, or would that hurt the experience? I played a complete release. Or should I play a complete release at a later date?
No, it's an episodic game.
Meant to be played
Deltarune is absolutely an episodic game. It is not early access.
Okay. These parts are not meant to be played in a row?
Oh no, 3 and 4 obviously are because they release simultaneously, but no, the games seem to be, how do I put this? The games are built with the assumption that you are going to theory craft and fan art yourself into a stupor for a year plus in between
In between
releases.
releases. Okay.
It is not, it is like a Telltale Walking Dead like style episodic release that is just all over the place in terms of timing.
Okay.
It is definitely not an early access game.
Because the feeling of the first, especially, I mean, with the second it came along, but with the first, I remember the feeling of like, this is a demo for a preview of a full thing, and the intention is for Toby to have you sit and play it all together like another Undertale when it's done, was what I kind of thought was happening.
Okay, so here it's the strange. So I don't. Deltarune kind of like fights classification because the first half of the, so right now there's 4 chapters. The first half of the game is a demo.
Yeah.
And only exists in demo form.
Yeah.
The middle third of the total game came out simultaneously, but it's 2 different episodes. And then the 5th part is coming out in like a year. And it's just like
strange.
Yeah, he's putting it out when he's putting it out.
Okay.
There is a mini game that in chapter 4 that Toby Fox showed some family members and asked what they thought. And they said, I think you are having a mental breakdown about how long your game is taking to come out.
From the outside,
and Toby was like, yes.
Yeah. From the outside, I'll say that this doesn't feel like what Steve is kind of worried about is the idea of early access progress getting erased and content getting improved over time. It doesn't seem like Deltarune is being released in such a way where you'll ever have that happen, where the game will get updated
to
include new things
minor bug fixes for older chapters.
Yeah. But what you're getting is meant to be played when he releases it, right?
Like chapter 1 is done. Chapter 2 is done. Yeah. Chapter 3 is done. Chapter 4 is done. The only changes that will ever be made is like, oh, I found a soft lock. Or this boss fight actually ended up being like way harder than I anticipated for the playtesters.
And I would even say the proof is that if 3 and 4 released with a massive patch and overhaul to 1 and 2, then you would have had a thing to worry about.
Nah, that was very minor.
But they didn't do that, right? They didn't add any new content or like.
It was they rolled 1 and 2 into the new engine, the new version of RPG, and then they fixed the soft lock here and a visual bug there. So Hades 2, by the way, is a really good example of like, have you been playing Hades 2 up until now? Now is the time to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Because they announced that the very next patch will be the final.
Will be 1.0. Yeah.
And that upon 1.0 release, there is some kind of resource that I'm not familiar with, but they're like, yeah, we're going to junk all of those resources in your save files into other resources so that you can't just walk up to a character and see the credits.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, we learned it the first time, right? I've definitely... It was like, okay, they are going to give you a whole lot of lead-in and fun, but if you fall into temptation, you will only suffer for it later when 1.0 releases. So I've steered clear. But that's a game that's telling you, like, it will change as you go, and placeholder characters are showing up and shit. Yeah. Deltarune ain't that.
Like, Narcissus didn't have a piece of art until, like, a couple months ago.
All right, here we go. Let's take one over here. Dear Super Dad Man of Castle Super Beast, I recently learned in a video from F4 Amy on YouTube that during the Wii era, developers on the Wii Shop were only paid upon reaching a threshold of copies sold. This changed when the Switch launched, where every dev got paid for every copy they sell. I feel like these changes have contributed to a lot of spam on the eShop. However, the previous model caused losses for indie developers who published on the platform and didn't get enough sales. Like it happened to the devs from Retro City Rampage. What do you think? It's a better system to manage the eShop. Congrats to everyone on the podcast. Keep on keeping on.
I don't give a fuck about what it means to the eShop, but if you sell a copy, you should get paid.
That's literally it. Like this is a very like the fact that you're asking like, oh, what's better is like, what about the spam that comes to the? No,
I don't give a shit.
That's insanity. Somebody makes a thing and they sell it. and then they don't get the money, or Nintendo's going to hold back that threshold, or fuck that. No, you get a copy for everything you sold because someone bought a thing that you sold. Like, it's crazy. There's no justification for.
I sold it. Give me money.
There's no justification for that. The spam or the shovelware or whatever the case is, it's like, yeah, if it sucks when that happens, when a platform goes from something where it's curated quality feeling to being more open-ended. But if you're trading off people who deserve money not getting it for arbitrary shit-ass reasons, that's insanity.
Yeah, nonsense.
So no, Steam is full of the most shovelware of any platform of all time, but it's also just like where people put their shit out, and like, there's an open-endedness to that is it's just more important that you get paid for what you make. There shouldn't be any part of the vibe that
I feel like I have a really strong political stance, and that political stance is fuck you, pay me. Also, those guys too, they can get paid too. Pay people.
Good stance. It's good. It's good.
You should pay for things. I did it. I solved society.
Or you can be like Freddie Wong, who put out his movie and was like, if you're gonna pirate my movie, then I'm gonna upload the Forrest K freshest, sickest version of it ever, and I'm gonna put a video in front of me going, hey, so you pirated this? That's cool. Here's the best version of it. Also, if you want to throw me something, you can over here. Thanks. And he torrented it himself. And he's like, I've been waiting my whole career to upload this, to do this, with a full-on release.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. All right. Last one over here.
All right.
Someone
the best one.
Hello, Wooly. Saddam is a freak pick, and Pat, Kane/Senna are freak picks. With the response on the Reddit to V's trailer being so mid, and people crying about the freak picks instead, I've now become anti-freak. It is my understanding that pick rates for freaks have been relatively low in both fighting games and League of Legends simultaneously. Most people do not like playing against these characters either. You've said that a freak pick can just be mechanically weird amongst their peers. Pat has claimed that there must be a non-human element. Could Braum or Alawi not be argued to be freaks in mechanics, even if not in looks? Diversity is good. Diversity is good for spicing things up, and I understand that there are many humanoids on the League roster to pick, but will Yumi really be the one to save 2x KO? Long-winded, I know, but my deepest congratulations. Oh, thank you very much. Someone who waited 9 years for Vi in Project L. So I feel like when we talk about freak picks, like realistically, like we're being goofy, and we're talking about what we think is rad and should exist for fun in a roster. But I think there's that stat that shows you like whether it was League most popular characters in Asia versus in North America, and in Asia it was all the humanoid, super pretty, cool looking characters, and in North America there was a lot of like edgy cool freaks, but not quite like full on freak. It was just kind of like, fire-headed armor guys and stuff like that, realistically, it just needs to have the most popular characters, and it needs to have a whole lot of them. Realistically, right?
So this is only a discussion that we get to have because there's only 10 characters at launch. If there were 40 characters, then make like 5 of them abject weirdos mechanically. Right, and like 35 normies, and the discussion will go away.
Yeah, like, and again, this is a specific angle we're taking on because the roster having fun, wild stuff going on is more interesting to talk about in the end and to play. But for the game to be successful, it's more about the number at that point, and then getting all the beloved ones in there. I think if we're going to keep using it as an example because of, how well it's doing things, and it's not the same genre, but Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is not particularly rife with freak picks, but they got all the beloveds in there, and they got a few left field characters, certainly, but they're all just pretty cool, generally beloved, characters. And then you get like Jeff as a left fielder there, but everyone else is like pretty safe. and
So
that's what people want.
the other thing is that like in League of Legends, like there are some obvious exceptions. Like this is like don't take this as as sacrosanct, because but like freak weirdos tend to have freak weirdo mechanics, right? Like Teemo is a cute little guy, right? But Teemo also like floods the screen with bullshit trap nightmare fuel, right? He's a mechanically weirdo asshole character to play against, right? Um, but even within that context, there are a ton of cool looking human characters that have weirder move sets or mechanics that are also not in 2XKO.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2XKO feels like it's not quite as bad, but it's giving like SVC chaos energy of like, well, what if like, you know what the most popular archetype is? Shotos. What if it was all Shotos?
What if 19 Shotos? Now if you dial the knob all the way up to 11 on Freak, you get an Arakune style character, which makes you not want to play the video game.
Yeah, that would be Teemo or Fiddlesticks. Like that would actually be.
Would Teemo be Arakune? Would it be that bad? Yeah.
I gotta tell you, dude. Like the fun in playing Teemo is like feeling a person who you've blocked from talking to you piss their pants just by seeing how their character moves. Like just like you know what I'm getting at here.
Oh.
Like just absolute like crash out rage, shit yourself.
Like placing bombs on your inputs, like
well no because in League, right, you have your lane, and Teemo's entire game plan is turning invisible and sniping you as you walk into invisible mines.
Right
like it is the most infuriating fucking shit ever.
Mm-hmm.
And it's awesome. So it is actually very, very similar to Arakune. Like just flood the screen with garbage.
Yeah, or Testament. Old Testament would put a lot of invisible traps on the screen, or even Naoto, invisible traps on screen while sniping you.
No, Naoto is in P4A is absolutely what Teemo would be like.
Okay, yeah, there we go.
But
Mines,
with
bombs,
invisibility
gun.
Also.
Yeah, there you go.
And
I loved fighting Naoto. That was my favorite matchup in that game.
And it's just like the 2XK roster doesn't have anybody that has any like Ilaoi is the strangest character on the roster, and Ilaoi is also like very normal. The other thing about the 2XK roster, not even in terms of freaks, but it also is really poorly divided between the game's geographic regions, and it's also poorly divided between lanes.
Oh, who represents what lanes of
like
of
there's absolutely no rhyme or reason. Like if you had 15 characters in that game or 16, you could have 3 for each lane.
Should that factor though, or should it factor for who would be best for a fighting game?
It's something from the original game should factor into it in some way.
The most popular that would work for the genre, feels like the priority. I mean, they did literally talk about this in that one developer thing where they said like, yeah, a mixture of, popularity and variety and all
like
those
there
other
are
things.
zero characters from the Sunken Isles. There's 0 characters from Bilgewater on that. There are 0 characters from the Yordle area. Mm-hmm. I think there are like 5 from Zaun.
But listen, take it from me, writer, as somebody who is very happy with Vi as a cool boxer in Project L, as somebody who's like, that's all I wanted. I got what I wanted out of that.
Right, I forgot it.
Yeah. Then I still say here that like what you're describing, freak pick or not, it's just about the numbers, right? If the numbers go up, this conversation becomes irrelevant.
The other thing, and this is a genuine, I know we're kind of overdoing it, but like this is one of those things, it's like it is a victim of its own development cycle, because League has a huge roster, and a lot of those characters have really cool mechanics, and you've gotten to see a lot of those mechanics in the MOBA, in the turn-based RPG, and in Runeterra, right? And be like, okay, how would this character work across multiple things? So people have had like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years to theory craft how fucking awesome Tam Kench, the evil catfish, would be in a fucking fighting game. And then you get like Vi, and you're like, well, what's Vi? Oh, she's gonna punch you. She doesn't have any jungling nonsense going on. She's gonna hit you like a boxer, right?
Um, yeah, I mean, I mean, I'm sure I wonder what designs were like on the cutting room floor for like some version of the fighting game that had lanes, or something a little more wild and aggressive, and harkening back to the original MOBA style. But at the very least, I can say this: like, this is one of those games that I love and have fun with how it plays, and I'm at least looking forward to that part of it. The thinning, the race for the crown has thinned immediately, and the games that have been announced just yesterday are already gone before tomorrow, because Nenpact is like I believe the worst review, like the worst.
Oh, absolutely.
It was the bottom.
It's a game for no one. It's a game for no one, man.
That was not 9 years in development. Closer to 9 months, it felt like, but holy shit. Talk about the opposite end of the spectrum on that one.
I made a tweet on Blue Sky that was like, if the final roster comes out and the last two characters are Blitz and Teemo, and I can play Blitz and Teemo, that means the game's good, and I will remove all complaints about 2XKO and say it's a good game. And I feel like that's like, because the roster is so small, a version of that exists for everyone who has ever played League of Legends, where it's like, okay, when can I play the team of characters that I want to play that I kind of expect to be able to play? I can't. Okay, game sucks. I will come back to this when I can play the characters I want to play.
The part of this conversation that I always am like, is just the part where it's like, but it's not. It doesn't suck. It's a fun fighting game to play. You need roster.
Yeah, but the promise of a Dragon Ball game is I can play as my favorite Dragon Ball characters. The promise of League of Legends is I want to play as the League of Legends characters.
Guess what?
That I know.
There's a billion of those. Completely true. In fact, there are. I can't think of a larger roster IP to pick from that's not just like every single comic book character from Marvel or DC.
It's not Marvel.
Yeah, like a stable, in terms of just like, it's a game with characters in it. Like, that is the one with the most to pick from.
Like, I have a list of like 5 to 10, because I made the joke about Blitz and Teemo as like a team, but like I could give you a list of like 10 characters right now that if one of them got in, I'd be like, game's good. Right? If Fiddlesticks or Senna or Bard or Teemo or fucking Aphelios or Mordenkaiser like got in, or Nautilus, I'd be like, oh, that game's great. That's a great game. Everyone should play. Or Thresh. Like that, like right away, I'd be like, oh, the game's good now.
So here's the problem, right? Because that's so relative. That list
oh yeah, absolutely, it's totally relative. There's like half the people in here probably go, I hate those fucking characters, Pat. Your taste sucks shit. It's all about Set and Jin and Lee Sin and Lux.
So like 3 of the characters I called out from like 4 or 5 years ago showed up in this final roster, being Yasuo, Vi, and Illaoi. Like, I was like, I would love for those characters to show up, and they did. So I'm like, well, that's cool.
And dude,
I got what I wanted.
You know what, dude? There is also a list of characters that if they get announced, I'm like, this game is dead forever. Like, if there's the opposite.
Oh.
Like, if Garen or Lux or fucking Yasuo's brother get announced, I'm like, oh, this is the shittiest game
Yasuo's brother. Wait, isn't Lux the most popular, like, picked, or the most picked?
She's one of the most popular, yeah. She's also boring as shit, and she's Garen's sister.
But if she's the most popular, I mean, you gotta feed the fishes. I don't know.
I don't care.
Okay, well, that old list, I still have it from.
I don't care for Lux. Don't care for her.
I
also, they seem to be like aiming for older characters, which they should stop. They should be aiming for newer characters, because newer League characters are more interesting than old League characters.
The rest of my list was Riven, Udyr, Blitzcrank, Volibear, Lee Sin, Thresh, Master Yi.
if Master Yi is in that game sucks. like dude, you might as well put Ash in there, okay?
I don't even know what that means. I just
Dude. I'm gonna ask the live audience if Master Yi gets in that game as like the next announced character, is that game fucking cooked or is it fucking cooked, dude? Holy shit.
I don't know what that means, but I was like, that looks cool. That could work.
Oh my god, it would be the funniest fucking thing in the world, dude.
Oh shit. That's great. All right.
I need Tom Cannon to tell me how many characters are going to come out a year. Like every version of this conversation could just die in its crib if he said 8 characters a year.
So what you could just get is a roadmap with a bunch of silhouettes. Right?
Can't do that. Every league people will fucking know every single character on that list. You can't do a silhouette.
A bunch of question marks then, and they have with colors, a bunch of colored question marks. That one's pink. What does it mean? There, that'll do. That will do.
It means it's Ionia. That's what it means.
Does it have to be?
Yes, that's what it fucking means. It'd be Irelia, the bitch with the knives.
Or
that's what it would be. If it was like light yellow, it means Azir is coming. Like I could tell you, or Renekton. There's no way to hide these characters outside of giving people nothing. I swear to God.
I mean, we've talked about the part where like someone from Arcane, someone like Ambessa feels, you know, like they might cut the line. they might cut the line.
Ambessa would feel like genuinely the worst character in the entire world to put in because she was
it's
a character
just from the show. I know. That's what I'm saying. Like if
that would be the worst.
The skipping of the line with 100 people waiting to be
more, like 200, man. Like, oh my God, dude.
Oh, there's no winning. There's no winning. You have to just throw them out.
It is crazy how there is no winning on this roster. Like everyone's waiting for the final 2, and it will disappoint everyone. Like literally everyone will be disappointed with the final 2 characters on this roster, which is probably going to be Akali and Blitz. And Blitz is the most boringest weirdo they could have. And it's like, no, there are like multiple other chain hook characters that are more interesting, like Thresh and Not, dude.
Fucking hell.
Or Pike, even.
This is fucking Pokken, is what it is.
Oh yeah, absolutely, it's Pokken.
This is Pokken.
No, absolutely.
Okay, sure, all the fighting types, but you can't be all fighting types.
I have to agree that decision was fucking stupid. Like, I get it, but fuck off. That's so dumb.
Well, I mean,
Pokemon has like fucking 17 types, and you're gonna limit them to one. Shut up.
No, they didn't. That's why you get.
No, but that was like the original like expectation.
Yeah,
do you remember that?
No. But then it's like, of course, you're gonna get fucking Lucha Pikachu and you know, whatchamacallit. Anyway, yeah. All of that, but it's that again, that no winning off the roster thing. All right.
Should never have announced this game.
the nuclear I can't follow you into the nuclear escalation. All right.
Okay.
As somebody who loves the way it plays and is looking forward to playing it, I cannot follow you.
They should never have announced this game until they were going to do play tests, like let's say a year ago. Right. Because they're trapped in the expectation of time. Do you remember when I made a big list of the worst possible roster ever and put it on Twitter? And that roster was like 40 characters. And I was like, there's no, like, this is the worst picks they could ever do. And like, now I'm like, oh my God, I wish they had that fucking roster.
What if I could go back in time? I would say actually hide the acquisition of Radiant Games by Riot.
Well, that's a little tough.
That
kind of fucked on them.
Actually, make it so that nobody knew they got bought, and that this then got announced as a game that was just happening. You know, Because
They need to.
your schedule is fucked after that.
I really want like a statement that's like, "Hey, we are willing to cut corners to get characters out."
Okay,
listen, guys.
okay. The model will show up on the character select screen, and you can pick them, but they have no moves. All right, they'll just be there though. Just look at it.
Well, here's the thing, and I really mean this. They should have made the game simpler. The characters in League have 4 special moves and a passive.
Mm-hmm. So
they should have made
like
these characters with 4 special moves and a passive and be like really simple and just churn them the fuck out.
I can't wait to fucking run some Vi combos. I don't give a shit, man.
And you know what? It should have been teams of 5.
Sure.
It should have been teams of 5.
Yeah.
And it should have launched with 200 plus fighters.
I got half of my list, so I'm satisfied.
Your list is for bitches, dude.
I got my puncher. I got my fucking my big girl. We're good. All right, later.
See ya.